Over on the Towel YouTube. Ready? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to see you all. Hello, Towel friends over on the Towel YouTube. It is so good to see you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am very, very excited, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you today. Let me just make sure the stream gets all going. Hello. You know what that means. If I'm live, hit the intro. Come on, intro. There it is.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody of Funky Town.
You heard him, ladies and gentlemen. He's a little towel. I'm a little towel. That's the melody to Funky Town. Oh, hello. I'm a little towel. It's great to see you all. I had our scores up from last time. Great job, everyone who participated in our last round of Towel Trivia. Yes, I have a surprise. If you are here early, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we're going to do some catch up today on the Donna Adelson case. We're going to take a look at the Karen Reed civil docket. We are going to talk about how Towel's fighting to protect the spirit of Catholicism in a small little part of Newton, Massachusetts called The Lake. I wrote a very nice story. I can't wait to read it to you. I'm very proud of it. A little towel. We might do that first. It's a very short story, but it's a stereotypically towel story, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Hello, Deaf Otter. You're a super towel. So we're going to learn about Little Towel's heartfelt story. There's a battle going on, ladies and gentlemen, down the lake, all right, in a little enclave of Newton, Massachusetts called Nonantum, all right? And for 90-some years, the road color in the middle of that road has been painted with the Italian tricolor flag as part to mark a sacred processional route as part of a yearly festival hosted by the St. Mary of Carbon Society to honor the Blessed Mother. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you very much that it's not this one neighborhood and its cultural traditions that define America, but this one beautiful neighborhood and its symbolism and its shared traditions and sense of community is a microcosm of the larger interwoven cultural mosaic that has made this country and continues to make this country great. And I believe, and in my heart of hearts, that this is an important story. There's a lot of developments about it. There's a city hall meeting tonight actually about it, and we're gonna read Towel's little story before we start Towel Trivia because of that. Now also, ladies and gentlemen, remember, we have a lot of camaraderie. You might have different views on different cases here, but let's just keep that spirit of camaraderie together and wait till you hear this story. Now, Towel's family, the reason I'm a little excitable, is Towel's family grew up down the lake in Newton, ladies and gentlemen, all right? That's where part of my family was from. And I want to read you a little story that I wrote today. I worked very hard on it. And I wrote it a couple days ago, actually. There's been some follow-ups, but I want to share it with you. Jay, I'm sure someone will investigate those things, but can we read Towel's story about down the lake? Don't we want to hear about down the lake? I worked really hard on it. I want to read it for you. All right? I worked hard. It's very Towel-esque. It has some Walt Whitman vibes to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I just think it's kind of poetic. What do you want from me? I'm a little towel. All right. Oh, Monica, if you know about the lake, you are going to love this little story that Towel, it's not really a story, it's a Towel News article in the way that only Towel can write it. All right? Sometimes when Towel gets passionate, he just gets a little riled up. You don't destroy sacred American traditions. Towel gets a little riled up. You know, I petition my government. I'm like, government, listen, some days the government's got to talk about Cape Cod chips. You heard that the other day. And some days the government's got to preserve the sacred shared cultural bonds which have defined this country for so long. No, I will not sit idly by while we erase the very foundations of the American zeitgeist, or ethos, as we may want to call it, depending on if you prefer the German or the Greek, ladies and gentlemen. Personally, I think ethos is good, but we can go with cultural zeitgeist if you want. All right, so here we go. We're going to read Little Towel's story. I'm an excitable little towel. Deaf Otter, hold on, my dear friend. I do not think I did get an email. I got a Twitter DM from you, but Deafwater, I absolutely will do that. And also, by the way, speaking of emails, I want to take a second here to talk about our dear friend Vicky Towel, ladies and gentlemen. I went back and reviewed, and I would just like to confirm that there was a misunderstanding in the chat, my dear friends. Vicky was talking about smoking and things like that, and was mentioning the effects it has on her lips. She was not mentioning or commenting on anyone else's lips or anything like that. So if anyone sees dear Vicky Towel today, just want to let I want to let her know that I looked into that whole situation. It was a simple misunderstanding, and everyone should know that Vicky Towel is appreciated and loved. And for anyone who was there for that, I looked into it. Everything is okay. And dear Vicky Towel, you come back into chat anytime. You are welcome here, my friend. And thank you as well to LS Towel for helping me get the full context on that chat. I had to go back and scroll, and I was able to find it. Thanks to LS Towel. So many of you care about each other. That means so much to me. All right, here we go. So let's read Little Towel Story before we get ready for Towel Trivia. Then we're going to do some catch up on Donna Adelson. All right, ready? So a little bit different than our regular coverage, but this is a... This means a lot to me, and you're going to find as I read this story that the decision to remove these Italian colors from the road has a big impact because the festival in question, the religious processional, starts Wednesday, and the actual route, the parade route, is this Sunday at 2 p.m. So let's take a listen. Here we go. Just 4 days before the 90th annual St. Mary of Carmen Society Festival in Nonantum, Massachusetts, part of the city of Newton, local politicians are launching an all-out assault on the Catholic faith and a tightly knit Italian community by censoring a century-old tradition. What first appears as a hyper-local debate over Italian colors on a small New England street and an obscure state traffic regulation is, in fact, a battle for the soul of a small corner of the world that birthed generations of enduringly proud and unapologetically Catholic Italian Americans. As the organizers of the festival noted in a public statement last week, after the midnight censorship of an Italian-colored road marker that demarcates a sacred religious processional route scheduled to take place at 2 p.m. Eastern on July 20th, 2025. Quote, late on the night of June 26th, without any public notice or outreach, the city of Newton abruptly removed the iconic Italian-colored lines on Adams Street. These lines are not just paint. They are sacred symbols of Italian-American pride, religious tradition, and community identity. They have been faithfully repainted each July since 1935 to honor the Blessed Mother and mark the path of the St. Mary of Carmen procession to our church, said the members of the St. Mary of Carmen Society. Adams Street may seem like any other byway in the United States. Tree-lined houses, churches, synagogues, and playgrounds embody the vibrant cultural zeitgeist that Norman Rockwell or Winslow Homer could only capture on canvas asymptotically. But there's something more here, if one looks close enough to find it. Hiding in plain sight within the duplexes and single-family homes, subtle and shellacked under years of paint, are hand-laid bricks, a local vernacular unlike any other, and generations of family ties that sprawl from Boston to San Donato Val di Camino, Newton's sister city in Italy. Yes, it was this small enclave of what was then the outskirts of Boston, far beyond the rarefied air of Tory Row in Cambridge, although still hugging the banks of the River Charles, that became the hub of Italian-American immigration to Massachusetts. One local resident who was born on Adams Street in 1942, just 7 years after the Italian colors were first painted in front of her door, and lived in the area until the late 1980s, told me Saturday the news that the street may not be repainted has broken her heart due to the destruction of a sacred memory that is cherished by the local community. Quote, somebody is tearing up the pride and joy, the heritage of generations of our families. Why does somebody want to do that? The woman, who requested not to be named due to her age and emotional proximity to the story, asked me. Quote, I have tears in my eyes. Why? I don't understand the why. What is the purpose of causing so much pain? She went on to say. Quote, it has never gotten to this point. There was never any issue in the past with the Italian road colors coming back if they were ever removed. It was never a major issue. This sounds like a major issue, and that breaks my heart, the woman continued. It's like taking away the ability for someone from the South to speak with a drawl. You can't do that. You're taking away something that is inherent to the existence of a special community. What's wrong with pride in a community? She pleaded. Adams Street, in that way, is not a mere road, nor is Nonantum just a neighborhood built on the shores of Silver Lake, long since buried under the sands of time. No, those pebbles of pavement and painted symbols are only a temporal manifestation of our precious, if not fleeting, shared cultural heritage that has and continues to make this country great. Where else on earth, indeed, could a motley crew of hard-working Italians, arriving through the 19th century storms of famine, war, and cultural prejudice with only the clothes on their back, find a small corner of the world that would allow them to assimilate centuries of knowledge, traditions, and familial bonds within an existing society? The lake is not unique in that way. All throughout America in the 1800s and 1900s, there are similar stories of a golden door welcoming displaced communities searching for a new land in which to showcase their incredible talents. But the lake is unique for those Italian families that worked at the factories on its shore. When those factories closed in the early to mid-1900s, how easy it would have been for the newly formed community to simply move on in search of the next phase of American industrial development. But those families did not leave. Their matriarchs, patriarchs, and descendants stayed down the lake, as Nonantum is known, over the centuries they have forged from the fires of political distemperance and cultural conflagrations an enduring legacy of community, faith, and compassion that reflects everything this country can be at its very best. Hand-built shacks for employees of David Bemis's paper mill popped up as early as 1798. But it was not until the Nonantum Worsted Company entered the area in the late 1800s and early 1900s that the lake, as it is known today, took form. As historic Newton explains, in response to the need for mill workers, inexpensive housing was built, and waves of new immigrants, Irish, French, Canadian, Italian, and Jewish, settled in the village. Construction boomed between 1860 and 1910 as houses, churches, and businesses crowded into Nonantum. Most of Nonantum's factories closed in the early 1900s, and Silver Lake was lost to landfill and development, but Nonantum remains Newton's most densely populated village. A strong Italian-American community still strives in the lake. That inexpensive housing was, in fact, built by hand, mostly by the Italian immigrant families who, along with their descendants, still populate the lake today. Those hand-built houses, including the one built by this author's great-grandfather on Adams Court, still stand today because, much like the Italian colors adorning Adams Street from 1935 onward, they were supposed to be eternal reminders of the selfless sacrifice of so many communities, big and small, that created this republic and helped us keep it over nearly 250 years of tumultuous history. Of course, that legacy of the American dream, in whatever form it may take, is something we should all celebrate rather than suppress. To do otherwise is to forsake the sacred bonds of family, community, and faith that gave so many generations hope that a better American tomorrow is possible, regardless as to the obstacles and dangers and pressures. The traditions of Adams Street do not need to go the way of Nuremberg Park and the Totem Pole Ballroom, two other historic Newton landmarks turned mostly into soulless parking lots, if only we're willing to save them. It is unclear, with just days to go before Sunday's religious processional, whether the city of Newton and Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller will change course and allow the road to be repainted in line with Adams Street clear standing as a historical landmark of the most important order, be it for Newton, Massachusetts, or the United States as a whole. What is clear, however, is that the St. Mary of Carmen Society does not intend to back down, per a statement on the organization's website. Quote, to our friends, neighbors, and fellow residents of Newton. Late on the night of June 26th, without any notice or outreach, the city of Newton abruptly removed the iconic Italian-American colored lines on Adams Street. These lines are not just paint, they are sacred symbols of Italian-American pride, religious tradition, and community identity. They have been faithfully repainted each July since 1935 to honor the Blessed Mother and mark the path of the St. Mary of Carmen procession to our church. This tradition is not new. It has existed in harmony with city traffic and public safety regulations for nearly a century. In fact, it has been formally permitted by the city of Newton for decades, long before the current administration. The surprise removal of our sacred religious public art installation was done hastily and under the cover of darkness mere weeks before the 90th annual festival. This sudden invocation of a decades-old law, which has to do with yellow lines being on streets that have a lot of traffic, and the timing of this selective enforcement raised serious questions about motive and priorities. This decision didn't just disrupt logistics, it struck a blow to the heart of our community. To the generations of immigrant families who built Nonantum, and to the young immigrant families who are learning to carry their legacy forward, this was a painful reminder that our traditions can be erased without warning or respect. It was more than a breach of trust, it was a slap in the face. We have worked closely and in good faith with the city departments over the decades to ensure the safety, structure, and success of the festival. We have always complied with every process, filed the necessary paperwork, and maintained open communication. At no point were we informed formally that the painting would be removed. The actions taken that night stand in direct violation of the spirit and content of our relationship with this city. We are calling on the city to do the right thing. 1. Immediately restore the historic religious processional route on Adams Street. 2. Publicly acknowledge the harm caused to the Nonantum community due to the unconscious cultural bias. And 3. Recommit to honoring the cultural and religious traditions that have defined this neighborhood for generations. Let this moment not divide us. Let it unite us in defense of what makes our city strong, its diverse neighborhoods, its traditions, and its history. No matter race, religion, creed, or socioeconomic status, the Nonantum community has always stood together as one, and we always will. Our community does not tolerate bias, exclusion, or the erasure of identity. We respect our differences. Our St. Mary of Carmen Society was formed so that newcomers to our city support each other and stand by each neighbor. We invite you to stand with us. In community and pride, the members of the St. Mary of Carmen Society. Now, thank you for listening to that. There's one more follow-up because all hope is not lost, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, can I show you some pictures of Adams Street? Hold on. Let me look. This is Adams Street, okay? There is nothing more stereotypically Americana, and I'll bring up the full picture in a second. But let me bring it up now in a separate window. Let me just show you a little bit about Adams Street, ladies and gentlemen. You can only see the top of a tree right now, but I have a plan. I have a plan. All right, take a look at this, okay? This is Adams Street. Let me zoom out a little bit on the image. And it wasn't, you could never capture a place in words, but you can capture a place with an image, okay? And Adams Street, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special place. Now, I can also show you some other images, and this is a follow-up story. See, Adams Street and Watertown Street. And this is a follow-up story about the local Jewish temple on Adams Street, ladies and gentlemen, and their act of service and kindness in response to the ongoing chaos. So look at this follow-up story from this morning, ladies and gentlemen. New. Member, it was actually last night at 8:50. New. Members of the oldest synagogue in Newton, Massachusetts, the Adams Street Shul, have now formally called on Newton Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller to formally restore century-old Italian road colors ahead of a sacred Catholic festival scheduled to begin on Wednesday of this week. Quote, as a fellow faith institution in the neighborhood, we can recognize a sacred tradition when we see one, even if it is not our own. When one tradition is disrespected, it sends a message that we are not comfortable to ignore, read a statement posted to the shul's front gate. Quote, Nonantum's Italians and Jews share more than just streets and parks. We share values, faith, family, food, tradition, and pride in where we come from. The removal of the historic cultural street lines was not just about paint. It was about erasing a visible representation of who we are, the remarks continued. We bring food to each other's doorsteps, share space and stories, and show up for one another in both celebration and sorrow. This is what makes Nonantum such a special place. We are disappointed over the removal of the Italian colors that grace the street in front of our synagogue, and we hope the historic cultural street lines will be restored in time for the upcoming 90th annual Italian festival. We urge the city to listen not just to policy, but to the people, the statement said. Along with encouraging the city to restore the Italian colors to Adams Street before Wednesday, the Shawl is also flying Italian flags in solidarity. After walking around Adams Street tonight, initially looking for a police detail, but I heard that the mayor was threatening to arrest people who tried to repaint the street. But eventually initially looking for a police detail, but eventually simply taking in the still, if not tense, summer atmosphere, I came to a conclusion. I know Madam Mayor will do the right thing, and I believe that with all my heart. Full Shawl statement. We Jews and our Italian neighbors are now in our second century together. Our synagogue and their church were both built in 1912, the same year as Fenway Park. In the years when Anthony Pellegrini ran the Nonantum Children's Party Association, every December he would solicit donations, and every April we would solicit donations. $50 ping-pong back and forth each year. It was a symbolic rather than substantive act, because the same $50 just passed back and forth forever. But it was a lovely handshake and reminder of our gladness at being neighbors. Nonantum has always been the gateway to Newton for successive waves of immigrants. The Jewish community that grew up in Nonantum was not segregated, was not located in a ghetto. It was intermingled with Irish, Italian, and French Canadian neighbors. They lived side by side and shared the local public schools and parks. What has continued to the present day goes beyond acceptance. We cherish our diversity. We are fortunate to be located in a neighborhood that cherishes all groups and treats everyone with respect. As a fellow faith institution in this neighborhood, we can recognize a sacred tradition when we see one, even if it is not our own. When one tradition is disrespected, it sends a message that we are not comfortable to ignore. Nonantum's Italians and Jews share more than just streets and parks and streets and parks. We share values, family, faith, family, food, tradition, and pride in where we come from. The removal of the historic cultural street lines was not just about paint. It was about erasing a visible representation of who we are. We bring food to each other's doorsteps, share spaces and stories, and show up for one another in both celebration and sorrow. This is what makes Nonantum such a special place. We are disappointed over the removal of the Italian colors that grace the street in front of our synagogue, and we hope the historic cultural street lines will be restored in time for the upcoming 90th annual Italian festival. We urge the city to listen not just to policy, but to the people. Nonantum's diversity of tradition is not a threat to unity. It can be its foundation, a good lesson for all of Newton. Thank you so much. Gina, there's absolutely no reason to listen. If you don't like Italians, if you don't like America, if you don't like Catholics, if you want to persecute them, do that elsewhere. Okay? Learning about an active situation, which, by the way, is covered on almost every local news channel, the removal of these road colors, as it's occurring, is something that means a lot to the people involved, and therefore I'm covering it. If you are anti-Catholic, that's fine, but I would prefer you not express that kind of bigoted nonsense in the feed. Okay? No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, and no rage baiting. Now, to those of you who did listen, thank you so much. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate it, my dear friend. The festival starts Wednesday. Will there be an update? I don't know, but there's a city council meeting tonight at 6:30, and we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, that was very hateful. I agree, Julia. But with that out of the way, I enjoyed reading that. Thank you so much to those of you who are just tuning in. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We got a little case catch-up to do, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, we got case catch-up to do on Donna Adelson. And then also, we're going to play some towel trivia. So if you're excited, thank you very much for sticking with me for that intro. It's towel trivia time. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I love towel trivia. Well, you know what? I love towel trivia, too. There's nothing more fun than towel trivia. No, thank you for listening, BGG Gruff. Oh, God bless you, Julia. You are so kind, my dear friend. thank you for listening to my Super Towel story. God bless you, Julia, my dear friend. Oh, that was so nice of you. Oh, thank you, Allie. Maybe we can do some Italy questions in our towel trivia round today. That was so nice of you, Julia. Thank you so much. Julia's comment should be popping up in the towel chat. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Julia. God bless you, my friend. Julia's high up in the chat rankings, too. We got Dewdrops in number 1, Allie 90211 in number 2, and Julia in number 3. I didn't even know it keeps track. Yeah, exactly, Ruth. I seriously hope that, well, first I hope the city of Newton changes its mind, and then I hope that person who was being bigoted towards Catholics earlier was like, why? Like, I hope they paused and were like, oh, yeah, that was a weird thing to do, you know what I'm saying? All right, let me have a chicken nugget from lunch, and then let's play towel trivia. Not a good chicken nugget. I got it free. I got a free 6-piece chicken nugget. Not going to turn that down. All right, here we go. Here we go. You know how towel trivia works? If you've never tuned in before, either before or during our case coverage or case catch-ups, we like to play towel trivia. Here's how towel trivia works. Questions are going to show up in the screen. Hello, Taterbug's here. Taterbug heard towel trivia, ran right in. Taterbug's going to kick butt and take names. Steph, Allie Towel, always dangerous competition, though. By the way, if you missed it, Allie Towel, literally, ladies and gentlemen, Steph and Allie Towel were in ferocious competition. Steph Towel broke the all-time towel stream point record for towel trivia. Now, Bossy Texas Chick did get like 5 billion bonus points for the towel trivia song, which is amazing. But Steph Towel broke the all-time record with 50.5 points. So congratulations to Steph Towel. All right. But yes, so if you want to try to beat the all-time record, you got to beat 50.5. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody's taking Steph Towel down. Steph Towel's genius, Towel. You got to understand. You might have a really good round. You could have a 20-point round like Jeff did that one time. You're still not taking Steph Towel down. All righty. Now, okay, well, I've had a request for the Bossy Texas Chick song. Let me see if I can find... how about this? We'll play it after round 1. Okay, we'll play it after round 1, Steph. All right, that's what we're going to do. The reason why we're going to do it after round 1 is I don't have the link right now. So we will play the Bossy Texas Chick song after round 1. It's an amazing towel trivia song. It's like our towel trivia theme song. All right, here we go. We're going to start with the daily challenge, all right? So we're not even going to pick a category. Steph is just a super towel. We should just have we considered making Steph the Queen of England? Technically, she can then become the Queen of Canada if she's the Queen of England. Nobody tell King Charles. All right, here we go. 20-second countdown. Starting with the daily challenge. 6 Podge categories. Steph has been excited and been waiting to play. I knew it. Steph Towel's a genius. Allie Towel's a genius. We're surrounded by geniuses you don't understand. Taterbug's a genius. Dewdrop's a genius. We're just surrounded by geniuses. Here we go. So you know the rule. If I get it right, and you are the first one in the chat according to my phone to get it right, you get a full point. If I get it, and everyone else after that gets half a point if you get it right. If I get it wrong, however, you can get up to 2 points if you're the first one to get it right, and up to a full point if you're anyone who gets it right after that. All right? Now, in a double bonus round, which I'll announce ahead of time, if I get the question right, scoring remains the same. If I get it wrong, though, and you're the first one to get it right, 4 points up for grabs. Any subsequent person to get it right, 2 points, but I have to get it wrong. Allie says she's an evil genius. I agree. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start the day with a bang. All right, let me make the screen as large as I possibly can. Oh, no, I grabbed here. What was the profession of Sebastian Stock in the 2006 to 2008 TV series Shark? Was it prosecutor, mob boss, private investigator, or casino owner? Oh, goodness. I have no idea. Casino owner? It was a prosecutor, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we got double points right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen. If you got number 1, You are picking up double points, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to grab the double points? Double points right off the bat. I don't watch a lot of TV, though. Who got number one? Thankfully, a lot of people don't watch TV, apparently. Ruth Lang picks up 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Oh, look at all the towel friends playing towel trivia. We love towel trivia. Ruth was the only one who picked up points. We got to wait for a second, though, because you never know how long it's going to take. Taterbug, sometimes people are on delay. It's not that they're waiting to answer. It's that they don't see the stream until a little after you. Taterbug picks up a full point. Good job, Ruth and Taterbug. Only people on the board. That was a tough question. No, Ange. Ange, you can play. Just guess, Ange. Guess any number. Ange, just put a random number in the chat. You can also, Ruth, you be careful. Use voice to text. All right. Here we go. We're going to move on to the next question. We'll see if Ange just throws a number in the chat. Here we go. Next question. What NYC baseball stadium was besieged by weather-frenzied sharks in the TV movie Sharknado 2, starring Tara Reid and Ia Ziering? What? Citi Field, Yankee Stadium, Madison Square Garden, Shea Stadium. It's got to be Yankee Stadium. It's Citi Field. Really? They couldn't afford Yankee Stadium? Who's going to get the full point? Ange Towel, you did not get that one right. Good guess. Who's going to pick number one? Who knew Citi Field? I thought Citi Field was in New Jersey, frankly. Nobody knew about Citi Field. We're not sports fans, ladies and gentlemen. What do you want from me? We are not sports fans on Towel Channel. BGG Gross, like, I have no idea. Allie Towel's a sports fan, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towel knows her sports, and she knows her sharks. Allie Towel, did you ever get caught up in a Sharknado? Taterbug got caught up in a Sharknado. Taterbug, how did you survive? Do you have any tips for us as to escaping not just a shark, but a tornado filled with sharks? Frankly, I'm thrilled both of you are still with us. So, Allie Towel picked up 2 points for that one, actually, because I got that one wrong. And Taterbug picked up a full point. All right. Oh, Allie lived there. That's how. Steph apparently had not seen Sharknado. Listen, it might be a great film. I haven't seen it. Next question. What NBA team does billionaire Shark Tank deal owner Mark Cuban own? The Miami Heat, the New York Knicks, the LA Lakers, the Dallas Mavericks. Well, tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he's never been in the Southeast. He's never been in New York. He's never been in California. He owns Dallas Mavericks, ladies and gentlemen. Towel grabs his first points of the day. You knew I was going to get on the board. Who knew the man owned the Dallas Mavericks? And Andrew's like, what is a Shaq? Julia grabs a full point. Julia knows her basketball. Julia, I'd pass you the rock. You drain the corner three. There you go. That's our game plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Julia knows how to pass the rock. Taterbug is on our team. Taterbug, you're the point guard. Well, they'll call you Tata Guard. Allie Towel could be the forward. Good job, Allie Towel. You got half a point. You know your basketball. Drew Drops is just like, oh, did I get it? No, Drew Drops. But you made a good effort, my friend. You made a good effort. The New York Knickerbockers was not the right answer. Yep. But sometimes you can watch Shark Tank, and it's more about the basketball, I guess. What species of shark has nearly 360-degree range of vision? The hammerhead, the great white, the whale shark, the tiger shark. I have no idea. Who watches a lot of shark documentaries? I'm going to guess it's the hammerhead. It's the hammerhead, ladies and gentlemen. I just randomly guessed, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. I just randomly guessed and I got it right. I'm a super towel. Who else? Steph knows his sharks, ladies and gentlemen. Steph picks up the full point. Steph knows his sharks. Who else knows his sharks? Nancy Towel getting on the board. Nancy Towel, great job. Grabs her full point. Kerry Gold, great job. You know your Sharks. Actually, sorry, hold on. Steph Toll only grabbed half a point because I got that one right. No, Steph got the full point. She was first. It was Nancy Towell who only gets half a point for getting it right second. Kerry Gold grabs half a point. Who else got it? Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Allie and Taterbug both grab half a point. Taterbug has 3 points. Allie Towell, where's Allie Towell? Allie Towell's at 2.5. Taterbug's in the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, Taterbug is in the lead. I repeat, Taterbug is in the lead. Oh no, what have we done? We've unleashed Taterbug. Taterbug is in the lead with a half-point lead over Allie and Ruth, 2.5 each. We have unleashed Taterbug on the world, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbug is in the lead. Oh no, someone sound the Taterbug alarm. Here we go. Next question. What channel has broadcast Shark Week each year since 1988, making it the longest-running cable TV programming event in history? The Discovery Channel, National Geographic, Animal Planet, or History Channel? I think... Oh, goodness. I just was watching it the other day. Is it Discovery Channel? It's the Discovery Channel. I was literally watching it the other day. Towel grabs the full point. Who watches the Discovery Channel? Dewdrops, I got you in there on that last one. Don't worry, friend. Steph grabs the full point for this one. Ange Towel grabs half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. You are Super Towel. Allie 90211 knows their sharks, ladies and gentlemen. Allie is a shark hunter. Ruth Lang knows how to hunt sharks. Ruth Lang gets up to 3 points. Is Taterbug going to get it? Taterbug got it. But hold on, BGG Gruff first. Hello, BGG Gruff. You got half point, my friend. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Dewdrops gets another half a point. Dewdrops kicking butt, taking names. Taterbug stays in the lead with another half a point. Taterbug is atop the leaderboard. Yes, you did, Ange. You are in the position of honor, Ange. Here we go. Which Boston-based artist painted Watson and the Shark and is honored in his hometown with a public square and a statue? Robert S. Duncanson, Washington Alston, Edward Mitchell Bannister, John Singleton Copley. Well, it's a square, and Alston's not a square, it's a town, so I'm going to go with Copley. It was right, ladies and gentlemen. Towel got another one. An expert answer, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to come in and grab the points? It is Steph Towel. Steph Towel grabs the full point. Dewdrops, newer art history. Dewdrops loves Boston. Dewdrops gets half a point. Ange Towel, newer history. Ange Towel gets a full point. Well, a half a point, bringing her up to a full point. Who else knew? Allie Towel, of course, knew her Boston history. Gets half point. Taterbug's Boston expert. Taterbug gets half point. All right, who's ready to hear the scores? Well, Dewdrops, you're doing really well for guessing, my friend. You have a point and a half. You're kicking butt, taking names, being a little Dewdrops. Hello, Kiki and Riri. Dewdrops is Super Towel. All right, now, Taterbug, you and I, my friend, we're going to have some words. Oh, goodness. Taterbug is clipping on my heels, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you right now. Taterbug is in the lead. Here is our score report after round 1 of Towel Trivia. Then we will play our Towel Trivia song. All right, everybody, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I have scores of Towel and Taterbug tied in position 1 with 4 points apiece. Good job, Taterbug. Taterbug is in the lead. Number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Maui Swift. How are you? Number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Second place, the one, the only, Allie Towel with Rue Towel there providing moral support. Great job, Rue. The TV man's talking to you yet again. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 2-way tie. Steph Towel and Ruth Towel with 3 points apiece. How fittingly indeed. In fourth place, the one, the only, Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri Towel. That's with a point and a half. Excellent job, Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri. In fifth place, we have Nancy Towel with 1 point. Great job, Nancy. In sixth place, fifth place is actually a 3-way tie. I didn't forget about you, Julia and Ange. Fifth place is a 3-way tie. Julia and Ange both have a point. Great job, Julia, Ange, and Nancy. And sixth place, the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Kerry Gold and BGG Gruff with a half point each. So, Taterbug right now, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbug stands atop the podium with towel, tied at 4, and Alley Towel has 3.5. Now let's get our towel trivia song. All right, ready? Let's get this towel trivia. Who's ready for the greatest towel trivia song? Bossy Texas Chick is literally the most skilled artiste of the 21st century. We are going to put Bossy Texas Chick and Bella in the Guggenheim. I don't know if they want to live there. We're just going to put them there. All right. Who's ready for the towel trivia song? It's that amazing. All right, let's do it. Play. I know you can play. We played yesterday. Hold on. We played it yesterday. Okay, it's loading up. Hold on. It's ready. Here's the towel trivia song. Take it away, Bossy Texas Chick.
Welcome to the show where knowledge meets fun. Grab your coffee and your towel, let's see what you've done. Ooh, trivia time. Grabbing his cigar is on the screen with a smile so wide. He's got questions for the folks who gather round inside. Every weekday at the same time they all come to play, in a place we're bringing people brighten up the day. We're the towel community, smart as we can be. Allie's at the top, that's where she likes to be. Steph, Nancy, and Kitty's follow close behind. Tater, Bug, and Jew drops are all of one mind. We're family. In this trivia town, we wear our towels with pride. Ruth and Kat Don know their stuff, Jeff's right there too. Claudia answers, Forensic does too. Lydia sharp as a tack, Dev Fodder's on the ball. Ricky's always grumbling when the scores are called. We're the towel community, smart as we can be. Allie's at the top, that's where she likes to be. Steph and Nancy follow close behind. Kitties and Dewdrops ain't far behind. We're family. In this trivia town, we wear our towels with pride. Now Ricky's hollering about her missing points. My points. Harvard Yard keeps guessing things that ain't on the board. Not on the board. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. Ooh, that's alright. Every day's a new adventure in this quiz show land, where the regulars keep coming back to take their stand. From the brightest to the struggling, we all belong in this corner of the internet where we sing along. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Trivia time. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. Come for the trivia, stay for the fun. Towel Pride.
Round of applause for Bossy Texas Chick, ladies and gentlemen. We have the most talented towel friends, I'll tell you what, right now. And you might be thinking, wow, these towel friends really like playing trivia. They cover cases, they play trivia. Well, yes, if you covered very intense cases all the time, you too would love playing towel trivia. We got a few more rounds this morning before we get into our Donna Adelson catch-up. And, you know, I think tomorrow I want to talk about the Betterow letter about Kate, Mafia Masshole Peter, and Tully and them. I think I want to talk about it tomorrow. I have a lot to say about that. I don't want to just start reading it. I want to do it tomorrow when, like tonight, I have my mind focused on this Italian street color issue. But tomorrow, I think I'm going to talk about the Bettero letter about Kate Mafia Masshole Peter. A lot of interesting developments there. There's a lot going on. Part of the reason why I'm not saying anything is I think things just have to play out. All right, that's my opinion. Like, I think a lot of people are starting to see now what was actually going on. Yeah, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. I made a PDF of the Bettero letter, and I'll upload it, and we'll talk about what Little Towel thinks. I'm digesting a lot of that. Obviously, wouldn't exactly call. I would not in any way, shape, or form say that I would have defended or would defend Turtle Boy. I think the grand jury indicted him on pretty serious charges for their own reasons and etc. But in terms of Kate Peter, though, and just the way that all played out, there's so many moving parts of this, and why Kate Peter was involved in any criminal investigation, not as kind of a source of information, but like actually involved in any criminal investigation from October of 2023 onwards is wild. A lot of questions to be answered there. It's kind of like a Watergate issue. It's a government accountability issue. It frustrates me to no end that it has knock-on implications for Kearney's case. Don't worry, Taterbug, you'll be able to catch the replay. It frustrates me to no end that it has knock-on implications for the integrity of Kearney's case. I think that's an injustice to the named victims in the cases, that Kate getting involved has somehow become a procedural issue. Okay, that's outrageous. All right, and we're going to talk way more about that. But it wasn't Kate. It was the people who couldn't see what was going on, Brian Tully being one of them, and either got desperate because of the Birchmore probe or whatever the hell was going on, and enabled Kate. It was wrong. Shouldn't have happened. And there's so much more to this that we need to talk about. But let's just say I will read the Bettero letter tomorrow, and I will comment on it as such. It's so funny. And Kate was making a post like, I think I had brought up how like this PI that Kate used to work for, Marty Kraft. Like, Kate had all these weird like operatives, in my opinion, who knew she was working for Marty Kraft. And I think that Marty Kraft used to date the mother of a woman named Christy, who's kind of like, I've always felt she kind of like obfuscates public discussion to help Kate. And, it's weird to me because at one point I reported that Kate had put a call in, and Christy's mom got a call telling Christy to like calm down or something. Christy does a lot of like rage baiting. She'll post like nonsensical information just so that people will repost it so she can get attention. I always tell people, just don't feed into nonsense, vacuous nonsense like that. It's part of some wider game to help Kate. I've always said it. But what's so interesting about it, right, is that then Kate put out some post being like, oh, Grant's mom told him to not talk about that. No, first of all, my mom has never told me to not talk about anything. In fact, my mom's probably one of the most like rambunctious like defenders of my perspective that you will ever meet. Second thing is, I asked my mom, I asked her, I was like, do you know who Kate Peter is? And she was like, I have no idea who that is. I have never heard of that person. So that was kind of funny. But then the other thing is, I've also been convinced that Brian Tully and Kate had this mutual incentive to kind of not just like weaponize the investigation of Aiden, which, by the way, I think was rooted in legitimate concerns as expressed by the grand jury who indicted Kearney on a bunch of different charges. But I think Kate and Tully, I don't even know if Kate knew what Tully's real angle was, but I think Kate and Tully really had a different angle, which was, one, finding out what people in Aiden's orbit knew about the real target of the federal probe in the fall of 2023, which was the Norfolk DA and the state police unit attached to him. But it was about Birchmore, not about the investigation of Karen Reed as to John O'Keefe's death. The second thing is, I think, like, all right, so if you look, like, some of the witnesses, the more wealthy witnesses in the Reed trial have definitely hired a PR firm recently, right? But back then, in, like, the fall of 2023, they didn't have a PR firm. They had Tully and the state police unit and Kate. And so I think the way that they did PR was some of these witnesses could not get the attention off them, okay? Turtle Riders were fixated on them. FKR was fixated on them. So they found someone to throw out there who was genuinely victimized, okay? But they found someone to throw out there as a distraction, and that's why 15 years of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction was leaked unredacted by Brian Tully to Aidan Kearney's lawyer, with the only things removed being messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay, okay? That's very serious stuff, okay? And it's going to have very serious fallout politically and otherwise. And it's way bigger than just Aidan Kearney's criminal defense. I don't even think he understands, or any of the lawyers understand, what they actually are looking at here. Not to mention, like, the two things can be true at the same time. Aidan Kearney could have done bad things, and then the people who were the witnesses and the victims or whatnot could have either been taken advantage of or likewise taken advantage of others who were also victimized. It's a very class-based, like, hierarchical, sort of like strange, like kind of like high school holdover-esque kind of clique that was going on. And I think the most frustrating part is, and why I get so frustrated with how Tully treated Lindsay's phone extraction and whatnot, I think they just saw Lindsay as expendable because even though she had been victimized and was willing to cooperate with them, she didn't have money or resources, and she didn't end up knowing anything about the Birchmore probe. And so I think they just threw her to the wolves because they were like, oh, she's just some single mother with no resources. Nobody's going to help her. Oh, really? Really? Sounds like a challenge. So yeah, we'll talk a lot about the Betterow letter, but fundamentally I think it comes down to Kate Peter, this weird PI firm run by Marty Kraft, and I think we're going to find out a lot of, like, these people in Kate's orbit were either moles for Aidan or moles for Kate, who went out and pretended to be pro FKR and pro Turtle Boy to feed information back to Kate. All right? That's what I think we're going to find out. And I think those people are the most nervous, all right? Especially if, say, they, like, obstructed justice, potentially, to, like, retaliate against, you know, Kate's enemies, you know? Like, listen, I'm a little towel, all right? I told you I didn't want to start walking down this little towel road because then I just start in the middle of trivia. When I just want to play my towel trivia, I'll be like, oh, I mentioned the Betterow letter. I should just start saying things, because I have a lot to say. No, no towel. No towel, we shall be composed. It's not time. It is not yet time. It shall soon be time. The clock shall soon strucketh midnight. And then towel will say what he has to say. But right now, no. No. Bad towel. Bad towel. Towel's just going to sit right here, be a little towel. We're going to play our next round of trivia. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a towel. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you all? What is this? Everybody on the same page? Okay, we're ready for more trivia. My name is Great Smith Ellis, by the way. All right, next round of trivia. Don't get towel talking. Towel just has things to say, ladies and gentlemen, but it's not time. It is not time, ladies and gentlemen. Towel must defer to the federal apparatus and let it do its thing. I shall say no more. Stop it, Towel. Look at me. I'm losing control of myself. I have to just be patient. Patient. My mind rebels at stagnation. You don't understand. You don't understand how hard it is for me to know things that are very, very important, but not be able to talk about them because I feel so committed to the public interest and the vulnerable that I'm like, nope, nope, nope. We're just not going to talk about that yet. But it's almost time. Let me just tell you. It's almost time. The tick of history's clock is methodical but unrelenting. Anyway, I'm a towel. Hey, Taterbug, have you ever wondered what follow the white rabbit actually means? So it's an illusion in Alice in Wonderland, obviously, but follow the white rabbit. It's not just a constellation. It's the chemical, like the chemical sign for Adreno, whatever, CHROME, is a rabbit. It looks like a rabbit. So, no, Towel doesn't follow the white rabbit. Yes, Allie Towel, you can choose the category. Yes, Alley Towel. I'll give you 3 choices, all right? I'll put them in the chat. Thank you for listening to my soliloquy. I just had to get that off my chest. You know, sometimes I just have to unwind, but we're not doing the Better O letter till tomorrow. Next towel trivia question. Next towel trivia category. I agree, Ruth Lang. It is. They all are doing that weird stuff, and they I don't know. I hate it. Like, if any one of them ever abused a child and was like, oh, this is just what we do, I'd be like, you what? Excuse me? Like, it disgusts me. Rabbits are very important. I agree, Tateabug. Okay, Alley Towel, suggest a category, my friend. I appreciate it, Tateabug. Your Tateabug trails never bother me because you're a Tateabug. Steph, you want the category to be creepy white rabbits? I don't think that's a great category, my friend. I mean, I love you dearly, but I just don't know if that's a good category. Save the children. I don't know if you want the category to be Save the Children. Tateabug, I think you're more making an ideological point. I don't think we should make the category Save the Children. Like, literature. Alley Towel, there's a light rat in literature. All right, give me 3. We need 4 category suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. Go for hotels. All right, Jay, I need to look this up to make sure it's not some, sexual innuendo. Is it actually about, gophers staying in hotels? Okay. It apparently refers to Graduate by Hilton, Minneapolis, which is a hotel partner of the University of Minnesota Athletics, and it is located near the University of campus. Okay, so Jay, I'm taking your suggestion to be the university hotels near the University of Minnesota. Okay, that is your suggestion, Jay. All right, hold on. Jay has selected University of Minnesota hotels. I'm not really sure why, but I appreciate your spunk, Jay. You know, I like people who are esoteric and obscure. All right, Steph, that is not a category. Alley Towel, you already suggested a category. Okay, Gothic novels can be the third option. We need one more category, ladies and gentlemen. One more category suggestion. How about Towel throws in a category suggestion? Let's see. Hold on. Pre-Christian religions. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody ready? A little towel. The poll is up. Oh, sorry, Taterbug. Yeah, I picked the 4th one. Too late. The poll's already up. Vote away, ladies and gentlemen. Your choices on this towel poll are what category is next? Next, literature, University of Minnesota hotels. What are the other options? Gothic novels or pre-Christian religions? Oh, it's a close pre-Christian religion. Oh, literature's fighting back. Alley Towel, this is going to be a battle. I'll add that to the next poll, Ruth Towel. 80s music, and then what else? And pop culture and pop music. No, and then how about 80s pop music? That'll be for next time. But we need to see who wins this vote. Oh, it's close, ladies and gentlemen. Light Rat. The Light Rat is just holding it out. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, Jay. Gopher Holes. Is this, let me just see. Is Gopher Holes actually a trivia category? Is it, as long as it doesn't have some kind of sexual innuendo? Okay, we can do Gopher Holes on the next vote. I'm so sorry I misinterpreted your suggestion as University of Minnesota area hotels. All right, what do we got here? Literature looks like it might take it. We're going to close it in one more vote, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like literature is going to take it. No, don't worry, BGG Gruff. No, Dewdrops, you are Super Towel. Kiki and Reaver, you go tell your mom that. Okay, we got our final votes. Here we go. The winner is Alley Towel. Alley Towel has come through. Kick butt, taking names. The category is literature. But don't forget, there is a light rat in literature. Light rat. Okay, there is a light rat in literature. All right. Dewdrops is a Super Towel. Literature. And then I'm going to, very difficult questions, please. Okay. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to do it this way. Okay. Very difficult literature questions. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Very difficult literature questions. Alley Towel, I hope you're ready for this. What author created the character Ishmael? F. Scott Fitzgerald, Herman Melville, Mark Twain, Ernest Hemingway? I don't know. Ernest Hemingway or Mark Twain? It sounds like it could be an Ernest Hemingway or Mark Twain thing. Show me Mark Twain. It was Herman Melville, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to pick it up? Answer number 2 is right. Who grabbed it first? Ruth Lang is an educated super towel. Ruth Lang grabs 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Lang is just a light rat champion, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely excellent job, Ruth. J-Towel, excellent job. J-Towel picks up a full point. That's what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. You want to pick up a full point. We got Alley Towel and Taterbug both picking up a full point. Taterbug is now in the lead all alone. Alley Towel jumps into second place all alone. 5 points Taterbug, 4.5 points for Alley. Moby Dick, yeah, maybe it is in Moby Dick. I think I have read Moby Dick, but it was like 20 years ago. Great job, though. Ruth Lang is an educated super towel. Next question, here we go. What novel features the trials of the character Gregor Samsa? The Metamorphosis, Jane Eyre, The Picture of Dorian Gray, Frankenstein? Well, it's got to be 1 or 2. Because I don't think that Dorian Gray is about Gregor Samsa. Show me The Metamorphosis. It was The Metamorphosis, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1, but no double points up for stake. Nancy, I will add a point for you, friend. Nancy Towel gets a full point for the last one. Good job, Nancy Towel. Sorry, not Ange. Jew Drops Towel was the first one to grab this one. These are some tough questions. I love these questions. Jew Drops, ladies and gentlemen, grabs a full super towel point. Who else got number 1? Ange Towel right after. Oh, hello, Jeff. You are a super towel. I missed you, my dear friend. We missed you. It is great to have you back. Ange Towel picks up half point. Ange is super towel. Who else picked number 1? BGG. The answer was number 1. Jeff didn't get it, but it's great to see you, Jeff. BGG Gruff and Ruth Lang both pick up half point. Great job, Ruth Towel. You are in the lead unless Taterbug gets half point. Taterbug and Nancy both get half point. Taterbug is in the lead alongside Ruth with Towel right behind and Alley right behind. 5.5 each for the leaders. 5 for Towel, 4.5 for Alley Towel. Nancy needs half a point. Great job, Nancy. All right, Alley Towel didn't get that one. All right, hello, Jeff. All right, next question. Here we go. What famous novel is set in the fictional country of Oz? Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, The Hobbit, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, Winnie the Pooh. I'm pretty sure that it's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. I got it right, ladies and gentlemen. Are you going to fall into the trick question, or are you going to know? Steph Towel with her super fiber optic internet picks up a full point. Oh, everybody's picking up points here, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Towel gets half a point. BGG Gruff gets half point. Jeff's on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Don't count Jeff out. Jeff's got the highest round of all time, single round at 20 points. 1 round. Nancy from the 508 grabs half point. Jew Drops grabs half point. Great job, Jew Drops. Taterbug grabs another half point. Taterbug's tied for the lead with Towel. Carrie Gold and Allie both pick up half point. Allie's got 5 points. Ruth has got 6 points as well. Ruth is tied for the lead. Carrie Gold picks up half point. And then we got Allie 90211 and Jay both picking up half point. That was an easy one. A little bit too easy. And that was supposed to be hard questions about light rapture as well. Ange Towel picking up half point. Ange is super towel. Great job. Jay Towel, I owe you a point. All right. Jay Towel, your point has been added. If I ever don't say your name, it is indeed likely I missed your response, so just claim your point in the next round. Jay Towel got a full point for getting the last one right. Well, Jay Towel, did I get the last one right too? If so, you only got half a point. But as of now, I gave you a full point. But if I got the last one right, you got to correct that to half a point unless you got it right first. All right, next question. Here we go. In what year did the publication of Tristram Shandy begin? 1759, 1804, 1723, 1836. I want to say it was middle 18th century, but it also could be early 1800s. Nope. I should have gone 1759. All right, who's going to get double points? Tristram Shandy is, I think, a famous book by some obscure New England author who didn't put any punctuation in it. In 1602, Towel sailed the ocean blue. Jay picks up 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you get the double points. Allie and Jeff both pick up a point. Great job, Allie Towel. Taterbug picks up a full point. Now, let me just make sure this is the novel I'm thinking of. Tristram Shandy. I'm 90% sure that this is the novel with no punctuation. Yeah, it's a humorous novel by Lawrence Stearns, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, Lawrence Stearns was the author. That was a hard one. Ange is eating weed and playing along. Well, Ange, you sound like some type of omnivore, which is excellent. We need omnivores. Are you sure you're not a dinosaur? Which unfinished novel by Charles Dickens features the character Edwin Drood? The Mystery of Edwin Drood, Bleak House, Our Mutual Friend, David Copperfield. Well, David Copperfield was finished, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure the fact that Edwin Drood is in the title, unless it's a trick question, means the answer is number 1. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes they just make it too easy. Who's going to fall for the trick question? Steph uses her T1 internet to steal the full point. Nancy from the 508 grabs half point. BGG Gruff grabs half point. Allie 90211 grabs half point. J Towel grabs half point. Taterbug and Jeff both grab half point. Great job, Taterbug. Great job, Jeff. Taterbug's in the lead. Got to watch out for Taterbug. Taterbug just hunts, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbug hunts. You wouldn't think that ladybugs hunt, but Taterbug is a hunting ladybug. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Which poet wrote The Wasteland? Urza Pound, W.H. Auden, T.S. Eliot, Robert Frost. Ezra Pound. Either Eliot or Frost, I would think. Frost? It was Eliot. I should have gone with my initial reaction. BGG Gruff picks up 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. The answer was number 3. 2 points for BGG Gruff. A full point for Ruth. A full point for Super Towelette Dewdrops, who knew their T.S. Eliot. A full point for Nancy, who knew their T.S. Eliot. A full point for Jeff, who knew their T.S. Eliot. Great job, Jeff. Great job, BGG Gruff. Taterbug and Jay both knew their T.S. Eliot. Taterbug maintains her lead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader. Actually, it's the same leader, but by way more points because Taterbug's a Taterbug. Have you ever considered whether Taterbug is both a towel and a Taterbug? The answer is yes, obviously. All right, here's your new score updates as we head into our next round, ladies and gentlemen. Heading into our next round, we got Taterbug in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbug in first place with 8.5 points, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Super Towel Taterbug, who is in first place with 8.5 points. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, number 1 was for the last question. Let me see, Ange. Hold on. And the correct answer for the last one was not number 1. It was number 3, but I value your spirit. Excellent job, Ruth. That's a good memory. Taterbug is in first with 8.5. In second, we have a 3-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. Very rare 3-way tie. Towel, Allie Towel, and Ruth Towel, all with 7 points in second place. chasing Taterbug. Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we have Jay. Congratulations, Jay Towell, really in the running here. Jay Towell missed the beginning of the game the other day, but now Jay Towell showing they're a strong competitor in 3rd place with 6 points. Who else do we got? We got in 4th place, the only, the all-time Towel point champion in Towel Trivia for a single day, Steph Towell with 5. In striking distance, though, don't sleep on the Steph Towell. In 5th place, we have Nancy Towell. Don't sleep on Nancy Towell. Nancy's consistent, 4.5 points. In 6th place, we have a tie. There are doggos everywhere. It's Super Towel Dewdrops and Super Towel BGG Gruff, 4 points apiece. Hello, Super Towel at Dewdrops, Kiki and Riri, and hello, BGG Gruff and BGG Gruff, which I think is the dog. Hello, doggo Gruff. In 7th place, we have Jeff Towell, coming in strong with 3 points after just 1 round. Excellent job, Jeff Towell. In 8th place, we have Ange Towell, standing firm and tall with 2 points. Congratulations, Ange Towell. And in 9th place, after this round, we have Kerry Gold and Julia with a point apiece. Therefore, they are in the position of honor. Here we go. We're going to our next round. I think Towell's feeling double bonus round, ladies and gentlemen. Double bonus round. Double bonus round. You know what that means. It's our favorite category. Domestic intelligence activities in the 60s and 70s. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Who's excited? I'm excited. You're excited. Everybody get ready. We're heading into, we got 2 more rounds before our first piece of content we have to view today, which is an overview and more discussion about the Adelson case to help us get ready for Donna Adelson's trial, with a preliminary hearing on August 8th, I believe, and then the final, that's the final hearing, and then trial starting August 17th. Everybody's excited for domestic intelligence activities in the 1960s and 70s. This is everyone's favorite category, Super Towel bonus round. So we're going to be a little more precising than just Watergate. How about we use the CIA record of men on the Plumbers Watergate unit. So CIA record of the men on the Plumbers Watergate unit. All right, I need 2 more words. On Watergate Plumbers unit. See, sometimes you gotta save space. On Watergate Plumbers unit. UNIT. All right, so here's the category for double bonus. The CIA record of the men on the Watergate Plumbers unit. Everybody's ready for double bonus questions. Dewdrops is the subject matter expert. You watch, ladies and gentlemen. Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri, they know Watergate and the Plumbers history like the back of their hand. Now listen, if you're thinking to yourself, first of all, what are the Plumbers? All right, well, they are the unit that was assembled in 1971, okay, under the direction of a few specific men, okay, which is Jim McCord, okay, who used to be a CIA man until May 1st of 1970, and then also H. Howard Hunt, who also used to be a CIA man until around that time, all right? Now, McCord and H. Howard Hunt start working together with a man named G. Gordon Liddy, also a CIA man, okay, through a connection named Charles Coulson at the Committee to Re-elect the President, which was called CREEP, okay? But really, the Plumbers unit worked in the White House in 1971 and 1972. They first broke into Dr. Fielding's office, who was Daniel Ellsberg, the Pentagon Papers psychiatrist. They broke into Fielding's office in 71. And then in 72, on Memorial Day weekend in May, they broke into the DNC. Then 2 weeks later, they broke into the Chilean embassy related to an antitrust scandal. And then a week after that, on June 17th, 1972, the unit broke into the DNC, and that's what led to Watergate because they got caught. Okay. Now, prior to that, I just told you some of those men had CIA. They all worked for the CIA. Jim McCord was initially Jack Ruby's handler and worked on anti-communist operations in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Remember, the CIA was birthed out of the OSS, which was the Army's intelligence apparatus in World War II. So a lot of these guys are veterans that came out of signals and human intelligence and Army and Navy and Air Force intelligence during World War II. All right? So that means what we're talking about here is, what did G. Gordon Liddy, E. Howard Hunt, Frank Sturgis, Jim McCord, what were these men doing between like 48 when the CIA was established and 70 before they retired and then went to go do Watergate? There's probably going to be some Watergate questions, but this is the double bonus round. So if you get these questions right and I get it wrong, you get up to 4 points. Oh goodness, little towels. All right, so here we go. Let's do our double bonus category, and then as soon as we're done with this one, I will put on our video. So last category of the day. Which scandal involved a break-in at the DNC headquarters? Was it the Vatican Bank scandal, Monica Lewinsky, Watergate, or Iran-Contra? Okay, well, this was not related to what I asked for at all. It was Watergate. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Watergate. So you didn't even have to pay that much attention. You would have immediately gotten the answer as Watergate. Steph Towell knows her Watergate. Steph Towell picks up a full point. Ruth Towell picks up half a point. Great job, Ruth Towell. Jeff Pesos picks up half a point. Great job, Jeff. Nancy from the 508 picks up half a point. Great job, Nancy Towell. BGG Gruff picks up half point. Great job, BGG Gruff. Taterbug picks up half point, retains her lead. Great job, Taterbug. Allie and Claudia both pick up half a point. Great job, Allie. Great job, Claudia. Hello, my dear friend. Half a point. Jay and Ange both pick up half a point. Great job, Jay. Great job, Ange. Remember, this is our double bonus round. Jew Drops picks up half a point. So if Towel gets it wrong and you get it right, there's points on the board. Next question. Last round for the morning, though. Which U.S. president resigned due to the Watergate scandal? Was it John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Baines Johnson, Gerald Ford, or Richard Tricky Dick Nixon, ladies and gentlemen? It was clearly Richard Tricky Dick Nixon. It was number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Are any of you going to be able to pick up Rich? Oh, Steph and her T1 Internet picks up the full point again. Oh, a lot of you know about Richard Tricky Dick Nixon. Ruth picks up half a point. Jeff Pesos picks up half a point. Great job, Jeff. Always picking up half a point. Claudia and Nancy both pick up half a point. Where's Nancy Tao? Half a point. All right. And then Allie and Taterbug both pick up half a point. And Jay and BGG Gruff both pick up half a point. Great job, Jay Tao. Great job, BGG Gruff. Dewdrops. No, good guess, Dewdrops. Ford came after Nixon. Tricky Dick. Yep. Snatcha Thatcher. She took the milk money, and Richard Tricky Dick Nixon. His mom didn't like when people called him Dick. But, you know, he's Tricky Dicky. All right, here we go. Which group focused on covert operations during the Watergate incident? Was it the Plumbers, the Boys in the Hood, the Eagles, or the Watergate Warriors? It was clearly the Boys in the Hood, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, come on. That's what Richard Nixon would name his intelligence unit, the Boys in the Hood. It was the Plumbers. If you paid attention to the category, you know it was the Plumbers. It was not the Boys in the Hood. Steph knew it was the Plumbers. Steph, I told you, Steph Towell, Steph and her T1 Internet, BGG Gruff. I don't know if any of you are going to pick up double points right about now, though, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth and Jeff both pick up half a point. There's half points on the board, though. There's half points everywhere. Good guess, Claudia. It was not the Boys in the Hood, but I like your spunk. Jay Towell picks half point. I already got that. No, I actually gave Jeff's towel to Jay, so both Jeff and Jay get half point. Taterbug and Nancy both pick up half point. Taterbug's tied with Towel for the lead at 10 apiece. Nancy Towel grabs half point. Dewdrops and Allie Towel both grab half point. Where's Allie Towel? Where's Dewdrop's towel? There you are. Dewdrops grabs half a point. Great job. Yep. Maggie Thatcher took the milk money from the students, ladies and gentlemen. She's known as Snatcha Thatcher. Dewdrops will tell you about it. Here we go. What term describes the illegal activities conducted by some government officials in the Watergate affair? Freedom fighters, Mitchell's minions, White House plumbers, or the Pentagon Papers? What? It's the plumbers, but that's a terrible question. Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, it was just a stupid question. But the answer is number 3, Steph. Claudia, that sounds like a delicious way to spend the day. Steph Towel grabs a point. Steph Towel is paying attention. BGG Gruff grabs half point. Great job. Ruth and Taterbug both grab half point. Great job, Ruth. Great job, Taterbug. Nancy and Jeff both grab half point. All right, and Jay. Allie and Jay both grab half a point. Great job, Allie. Great job, Jay. All right. Yes, the Iron Lady Dewdrops, but before she got elected, she was known as Snatcher Thatcher, because when she was the education secretary, she took the milk money. She took the damn milk money. Next question. What was the primary function of the organization affiliated with Watergate's covert operations? Espionage, public relations, human resources, legal affairs. Well, I mean, you could argue it was a little bit of all of that, but the primary answer is going to be number 1. Espionage, ladies and gentlemen. Towel picks up another point. Ange Towel, I got your half a point for that last one. Who's going to get espionage? BGG Gruff gets the full point, takes it from Steph Towel, who thought it was PR, which is a form of espionage. Dewdrops gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Jeff and Ruth both get half a point. Ange and Taterbug both get half a point. Allie and Jay both get half a point. Great job. Great job. Yep. Sometimes you got to go with the gut. Sometimes the gut knows the way. Wow. Oh, yes, the mine strike. I remember that, Ruth. She was very anti-mine union. And she took the milk money. Here we go. Next question. What event triggered the investigation into the Watergate break-in? Burglarizing the DNC headquarters? Richard Nixon's re-election campaign? Establishing the Clean Water Act? Or the moon landing? Well, it's clearly the moon landing. I mean, clearly, come on, ladies and gentlemen. They went to the moon, and then they got caught breaking into the DNC headquarters on the moon. I mean, clearly, it was because they went to the moon, all right? Damn it, Steph, you didn't take the bait. Steph knew it wasn't because they went to the moon. Damn it, Steph, I tried so hard to convince you it was because they went to the moon. I tried. I made a valiant effort to trick Steph, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, Dewdrops. That was close. It was technically that, but it was really burglarizing the DNC. Taterbug grabs half a point. Nancy from the 508 grabs half a point. Is no one going to go along with my it was the moon plan? Claudia grabs half a point. Literally no one wants to vindicate me about the fact that they went to the moon. Jeff grabs half a point. Jeff didn't think they went to the moon. Jeff, they obviously went to the moon. Obviously. And then Jay grabs half a point. Jay knew they didn't go to the moon. I wanted them to go to the moon, but like Poland, the plumbers just could not into space, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We're going to pick up on our next round. If you're wondering, at 3 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, 3 p.m. Eastern, this is your announcement. Our next round will commence at 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, Jay, that's not cheating. Some people are delayed, and also some people technically give up getting double points to get the other point by waiting. So it's all tactics, and sometimes it's just people are literally thinking. So you either could be delayed on the stream, you could be thinking, or you could be tactically getting points. All of them are acceptable. We permit all of that behavior. That's the price you pay. You can never get double points if you wait it out, but you can get half a point. All right, here we go. Yes, that's why I'm intermediating. Jeff, don't worry. Jay, don't worry. It's just the nature of the game. Jeff gets questions wrong and will own up to it when they get them wrong. And Jeff thinks sometimes. Jeff is a very skilled player. All right, number 1, ladies and gentlemen, after our first few rounds of today, Towel with 13. Number 2, the one, the only. She's a ladybug. She's Taterbug. Second place, 11.5 in striking distance. Claudia, you got it. One of the categories I'll put on the list for the 3 o'clock round will be science. We have to take a break now, though, because we only have one more random category left, and also we have to do some Donna Adelson catch-up. In third place, just 1 point behind Taterbug, the one, the only, Alley Towel, 10.5, ladies and gentlemen, 10.5. In fourth place, very, very close competition. Ruth Towel and Steph Towel both tied with 10 apiece. There shall be no blood and guts spilled during towel trivia. No, Jay. Allie's like, only I can bully Jeff. No. All right. In fifth place, speak of the Jay themselves. Jay Towel with 9 points. Excellent job, Jay, within striking distance of the podium. In sixth place, BGG Gruff with 8 points. Excellent job, BGG Gruff. In seventh place, Nancy Towel just half a point behind with 7.5, serendipitously enough. In eighth position, Jeff Towel, the one, the only, 6 points, ladies and gentlemen. In ninth place, Super Towelette, Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri coming in with 5.5. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, the Super Towel themselves, and excellent job, Ange Towel, 3.5. In 11th place, very, very close, ladies and gentlemen, Claudia Towel, 1.5. Excellent job, Claudia, you're within striking distance. And in 12th position, tied with 1 apiece, Carrie Gold and Julia Towel, 1 point apiece. All right, little towels. So we have a suggestion sent in. The excellent job. We are picking up again with Towel Trivia at 3 p.m. So if you're going to go get your rest, you're going to get yourself caught up. 3 p.m. is when Towel Trivia is going to continue. Right now, little towels are going to get caught up on some Donna and Wendy Adelson coverage. This is a video sent in by Havid Yad, and it's a summary overview of the case. Then we're going to watch some testimony a little bit later. And so this is inside Dan and Wendy Adelson's nasty divorce, and it is a video sent in by the one, the only Havid Yad, ladies and gentlemen. So we love Havid Yad Towel. We're going to take a look at this video. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're getting ready. Nunya, you just missed the round of Towel Trivia, but our next round is at 3 p.m. Eastern, so don't you fret, my friend. You will be able to play in just a few minutes. All right, so let's get... Oh, hold on. It's playing
Dan
for us.
Markell
Let's
was
watch.
a bright and talented young law professor at Florida State University in Tallahassee. He had 2 children with his wife, Wendy Adelson. But when Dan and Wendy's marriage broke up, things got very bitter, especially concerning the custody of their children. Wendy wanted to relocate 400 miles away in South Florida, where her parents, Harvey and Donna, lived and ran the family's very successful dental practice. Wendy's brother Charlie also lived there and was also a dentist. In court, Dan was winning, and the judge was not on board with Wendy's plan to move the children away from their father and away from Tallahassee. But in the end, Wendy did move to South Florida with the children. That's because Dan was shot and killed in his driveway. It was murder for hire. Wendy's brother Charlie was sleeping with a woman named Catherine McBanawa, who was also sleeping with the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia. Charlie paid Catherine to get Sigfredo and his friend Luis Rivera to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee to commit the murder. All 4 have been convicted, and now Wendy's mother, Donna, has also been charged. Tonight, we take a look at newly obtained divorce documents and what they reveal as we continue our investigation into the murder of loving father and law professor Dan Markel. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Let's begin the way I always begin when we talk about this case, this story, this murder for hire. The victim, Dan Markel, was a loving father. That's why he died.
Why can't you bring this approach to the Reed case, Vinny? You know, where's that victim-based coverage for the Reed case, Vinny? When was this? It was a year ago. So it's such an interesting compare and contrast to how Vinny behaves related to the Reed case, in my opinion.
That's why he was murdered. Because he would not compromise. Would not compromise when it came to spending time and being there for his children. He wasn't going to be bought off by money. He was going to do everything he could to make sure he was there physically, mentally, spiritually, financially to support his children. And his ex and her family wanted those kids 400 miles away. And in the end, his ex-brother-in-law hired two guys to drive 400 miles to shoot him and kill him in his own driveway. It was murder for hire, and all four of them have been convicted now. You're talking about Charlie Adelson, the ex-brother-in-law. He's a dentist. The woman he was sleeping with, Catherine McBanoa, who sort of acted as the broker to get her, the other man she was sleeping with, the father of her children, to get his friend, the Latin king, and take care of Dan. That's how this went down. They've all four been convicted. They're done. They're done. Yeah, they can file appeals, but right now they are done. But at the center of all of this, and we go back, is what happened between Dan and Wendy. D-I-V-O-R-C-E. It was a divorce. It was bitter. It was not pretty. There was a divorce, and there was also a custody battle as well as to how and where these children should be raised. And that is really the epicenter of everything that happens here. It's what I'm calling the case within the case, right? We're covering the criminal cases now and trials. But they all emanate from this divorce. And the question now, as ex-mother-in-law Donna Adelson has been charged for all of this, was this her M-O-T-I-V-E motive for all of this? Was she the one pulling the strings? Was she the one whispering in Charlie's ear to get this done? That's what prosecutors are alleging. And tonight, what we're doing is we're going through some of the divorce papers and things that were filed to get a sense for what was going on. And would this be enough to take someone from, litigation over, custody of children happens all around the country every day in courthouses from coast to coast. But in this particular case, did things get so personal, so heated, so bitter that it would compel a grandmother to have her grandchildren's father murdered? That's the case. And prosecutors have proven it against the ex-brother-in-law. Now the question is, can they prove it against Donna Adelson? So I want to take a look, and this is a real significant part, and it was talked about during the course of the trial. The motion that were filed by Dan in all of this. Let's put the first one up there. On three specific occasions, this is alleged by Dan Markel, on three specific occasions in November of 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, that's Dan, that Abba, which is dad, Abba, grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why grandma, the maternal grandmother, we're talking about Donna Adelson, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because, quote, she says you, meaning Dan, are trying to take her sunshines away from her. In December of 2013, the youngest son further stated to his dad, Mr. Markel, in front of his former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. So here's the allegations that Grandma, Donna Adelson, is influencing her grandchildren to not like and to be influenced as what they think about their father. So Dan, in his motion, was trying to prevent that from happening any further. Take a look. Dan Markel moves for the following relief, meaning this is what he wants the judge to order in the case. Enjoin the former wife, Wendy, from allowing maternal grandmother, Donna, to have unsupervised time with the children, consistent with the first right of refusal, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. Now, if you're the grandmother, Donna Adelson, how personal are you going to take this? And is this one of those things that kind of takes her from grandmother bad-mouthing her former son-in-law, the father of her grandchildren, to whispering in her son's ear to get somebody to kill Dan? That's what prosecutors are saying here. And the more you read and the more you get into this, it seems very plausible from the evidence that I saw in the trial of Charlie Adelson. Donna's got her trial coming up. She's presumed innocent right now, but let's see how all that evidence plays out. But I want to get more insight into what was happening here. Special guest joining us tonight from Toronto, Ontario, Dan's mother and the author of the book, The Unveiling, A Mother's Reflection on Murder, Grief, and Trial Life. Definitely worth reading. Ruth Markel is with us again. Ruth, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here. And a Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. So I want to go back to the divorce and when Wendy and Dan are splitting. Would you describe the moment you found out that this was shocking? Were you blindsided? Was Dan blindsided by Wendy deciding to end this marriage and file for divorce?
No, he wasn't blindsided. The way she did it, he was blindsided. And I'll make a distinction. In the summer of August of 2012, Wendy and Dan were up north with us in our country cottage in Ontario with the boys. And Wendy said she had to get a job interview with Human Rights Watch. She extended her stay about going to New York. So they were up there for about 2-3 weeks. And she came back. And in that period of time already, there were clues that there was going to be a serious situation, certainly to Phil and I, Dan's father, and we were concerned, and so was Danny. Danny didn't like the idea that she sprung this interview a week before they left to come to Canada, and it was he had no idea. And also she had made other arrangements prior to that we found out later, which was that she had taken the parent stabilization program, which is a course in Tallahassee in July, which already meant that she was planning a very, very major upheaval, which she did. So this was August. In September, Dan was away, and she called him on the telephone when he was lecturing in New York City, about to start a lecture. And she said, I want to leave you and I want to break up. And Dan was shocked because that's how you do it. So he canceled his lecture and he got on a plane and he called us right away. So we were talking to him as he went to the airport. And when he came home to Tallahassee, he got on the phone with us again as he entered the house. And she had really disrupted the whole house. This was a big separation, which already told you that this is not going to be a pleasant divorce. And she took many of the major, pieces of furniture between them. And she also emptied out her half of the bank accounts. And the upstairs, the bedrooms where the kids slept, Dan was devastated. He started to cry when he walked in. There was totally no resemblance of the children's life in the house. And in the cupboard were small clothes, like if they were 4 and 3 at the time, she maybe left them in the cupboard size 2X. I don't know if you know the distinctions, but smaller clothes. So there was nothing really that was useful. He was devastated at what happened upstairs. And he went downstairs to the master bedroom, and there were divorce papers on the bed. So that was like a total shock, and not with equal custody at that moment. And the children weren't home, and nobody knew where they were, and where was Wendy.
And there was nothing, was there like any moment that precipitated this? Like sometimes couples can get into a big fight, there can be accusations of this or that. Was any of that happening? Like one big moment, some blow up, so she's got to get out of the house?
No, it wasn't a blow up in this period. There was actually a very first serious signal in 2011. Dan was speaking in Israel, and when he came home back to Florida, and we were there because it was Christmas break, and when he came back from Florida, he found out that Donna and Wendy, who had been there together, had given the children shrimp, and they had given them all the kinds of foods and bacon that are not part of the Jewish dietary law. And you could tell already, he knew already then that there was some really, really serious stuff. And Donna had actually had some kosher turkey for American Thanksgiving, but by the time the kids came back after a whole month, everything was totally disrupted and sabotaged. And after that point, Dan and Wendy went home to Tallahassee, and they started to have marriage counseling. So I wouldn't say that there was a blow up prior to the September event that Danny called his Pearl Harbor, but there certainly was a lead up in the earlier months.
Now, as everyone who's been following this story knows, your son Dan, brilliant attorney, a law professor. How involved was he in the day-to-day litigation of his, let's begin with the divorce and the custody issues? How involved was he in terms of figuring out what motions to file and what they should allege, et cetera?
No, he was very involved. He took it seriously, and so did Wendy, for that matter. They were both lawyers. It was not a compatible situation all the way to the point of the divorce from the separation. There were many disputes about the coordinating practices from the court about if Danny was able to see the kids or talk to the kids after the third night or fourth night, whatever they had agreed upon, to see the children on FaceTime. Wendy didn't always make herself available. There was a lot of stuff happening, and there were disputes, and certainly both of them, through their lawyers and on their own in that respect, initiated quite a few of the attempts to get things resolved, but they really weren't resolving.
Yeah, what troubles me, it just seems that two smart people who have children, that there would be some, all right, we're splitting up, let's have a meeting. How do we break this to the children, and how do we make it as smooth as possible for them rather than this abrupt just up and leave? That part really bothers me. Did that bother Dan a lot?
You started out the show tonight realistically actually talking about Donna, and Donna was the major interference. Okay, so this is not a normal relationship now. It's like, Princess Diana said there were 3 in the marriage, and there were 3 in the marriage, And that is the problem. When Wendy and Danny had agreements to take kosher food to the daycare, Donna was the one who came in and said, don't bother giving them tofu hot dogs. Don't do that. And then she takes them to McDonald's and gives them cheeseburgers. And then she disrupts the activities. And so you're not dealing with a couple. You're dealing with a threesome. And Donna liked to call the shots. Donna definitely organized, all of the activities of the family. I would say if you were writing a symphony, she wrote the score, she was the conductor, and she also played everybody's instrument. So I think that you're not dealing with a normal rift in a relationship.
I want to pull out a different part of one of the motions that was filed in this case. Take a look at the screen, everyone. Again, this is from papers that were filed by Dan. In July of 2012, prior to the separation, Ms. Adelson had gone to the safe deposit box and without permission or notice to Mr. Markel, took whatever she wanted, including various pieces of valuable jewelry from Mr. Markel's family. The former wife, Wendy, declared that if Professor Markel's 96-year-old uncle, Lazar Lapidus, asked for the jewelry back that had belonged to his deceased wife, a Holocaust survivor, then Miss Adelson would, quote, give it back to him. Professor Markel sent former wife a letter from his uncle Lazar asking for the jewelry back. Former wife curtly refused to return the jewelry, claiming that it was not part of the marriage settlement agreement. What can you tell us about this piece of jewelry and the significance and what happened here?
Well, Wendy still has it. That's the bottom line. And she did take it out of the box without any conversation. And it's a very unfortunate situation because my uncle was able to be saved coming out of Germany. And as many people might know, or they don't know, people brought back diamonds as portable wealth. And this diamond came back as part of his entrance into Canada, and he gave it to his wife as part of her engagement ring. And the irony here is that Danny gave it to Wendy, and Wendy wore it a little bit, but on the wedding day, Wendy had her own grandmother's ring, and she wanted to wear it, which everybody agreed to. So Wendy had other engagement ring. This was not something that she specifically needed this diamond for. It had no real emotional value to her, and basically she took it for the money and kept it.
To me, that speaks volumes. About it. And the fact that this was her original ring and she got a different one, which was her grandmother's, I get it. Is that something you think that Donna wanted? Was she part of that conversation?
I'm sure Donna was very much respectful of her mother. And, there is something sometimes if you have some kind of emotional attachment to that. And Wendy actually, I believe the grandmother lived with them a little while. So she also might have had some emotional attachment, but nobody was challenging that. I mean, that was nothing that Danny even raised, and none of us for sure not. We were not even around at that point. So there was no issue really of what ring Wendy could wear. And she could choose to wear whatever she wanted to, but it had no real personal value to her other than a financial one, and probably to spite Danny.
Yeah, I'm sensing some of that, a lot of that as we're reading through all these papers. Ruth, I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Always great to speak with you. The Unveiling, A Mother's Reflection on Murder, Grief, and Trial Life. A great read, especially for Court TV viewers, because you watch these trials and you see how victims and their families are impacted, but to really get insight into what it's like, it's worthwhile to read that book. Ruth, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping light on this horrible story.
We absolutely will. All right, folks, when we come back, we're going to bring in our own experts, take a look at more of this, plus coming up next hour.
All right, so that was a very good segment. I thought that was a very good interview with Dan's mom. I'm glad we watched that. I want to transition to another clip sent in by Harvard Yard. Now, before we get to some testimony, we're going to watch Charlie's. I think I'm going to look for Charlie's full cross by Georgia, the prosecutor. But I want to look at Donna Adelson's actual arrest. And I think this is more Court TV coverage, so I'm going to analyze this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I want to look at Donna Adelson trying to escape and sort of the context of her arrest, and then we'll move on to a little bit of trial testimony. If you're just joining in, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Our next round of towel trivia will be at 3:30. We are continuing with our case catch-up in preparation of the Donna Adelson trial, which is scheduled to start August 17th of next month. So it is just over 41 days away, so we have a lot to get caught up on. There's a lot to this case. There's been 4 other trials with 1 retrial related to this case. Both hitmen, the Charlie Adelson, the son, Katie Mugbanawa, who is was the middleman, and then the only person who has not yet been charged is Wendy Adelson, who is the wife, and so it's her mom Donna that's going on trial next month, her brother Charlie who went on trial, and then 3 of Charlie's associates related to the hitman murder. It was a literal contract hit on Wendy's husband, Wendy's husband Dan Markle, a professor of law at Florida State University.
Law professor and devoted father of 2, Dan Markell, was involved in a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. Wendy wanted to move with the kids from Tallahassee, Florida, 400 miles away, to South Florida to be closer to her mother, Donna, her father, Harvey, and her brother, Charlie. And after Dan Markell was gunned down in his driveway in 2014, that's exactly what she did. Investigators were able to track down the gunman, Latin King gang member Luis Rivera, and his friend Sigfredo Garcia. But why did these men kill Dan Markell? Investigators would come to find a connection. Sigfredo Garcia's longtime girlfriend, Catherine McBanawa, had once dated Wendy Adelson's brother, Charlie. And after the murders, Catherine was collecting cash, checks, and gifts from Charlie. Authorities determined this was a murder for hire orchestrated by Charlie Adelson. After wiretaps, undercover operations, and a murder trial, Charlie Adelson has joined Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, and Luis Rivera behind bars. But now, shocking new developments in the case. Charlie and Wendy's mother, Donna Adelson, has been arrested and charged with orchestrating this murder for hire. Tonight, we take a look at Donna.
Cuomo's trying to run for mayor in New York, by the way. Just breaking in to give you some news. Cuomo is trying to run for mayor in New York again. Well, he was governor. Now he's trying to run for mayor. God help America. Continue, please, Court TV.
Jailhouse calls to Charlie and the evidence implicating her as we continue our investigation of the murder of Dan Markell. I'm Vinny Politan. Great to have you with us here on Closing Arguments. What a development in this case. Unbelievable twist in everything. But let's start where I always start. Dan Markell was a loving father. That's why he was murdered. That's why he was murdered. Do not forget this fact, because the foundation...
Vinny, where's this for John? Where is it? Come on.
The basis of everything that happened here, and the jury has agreed, is that because this man wanted to be in the lives of his children, wanted to support them monetarily, psychologically, and physically be there with his children, and would not give that up, not for $1 million. That's why he was murdered. Can you believe that? Murdered because you love your children? If that was the basis for being murdered, how many of us would be dead?
That's literally, in my opinion, John O'Keefe. Like, he loved those kids so much, but come on, Vinny, come on.
And Dan Markell is. And it's all because of this twisted plot and way of thinking of Charlie Adelson. Think about this, okay? The motivation in all this is that, oh my goodness, Wendy needs to be living close to her family. Wendy, a grown woman with 2 children, needs to be near her mommy and daddy. She can't be 400 miles away. And nothing can stand in the way of that, including destroying the lives of 2 little boys, taking away their father. Charlie Adelson's weighing all of this. This is twisted. This is absolutely twisted. It's more important for my sister to be living close to mommy and daddy than for my nephews to have a father. This is warped. This is sick. How does someone come to that conclusion that a grown woman needs to live near her mommy and daddy, and that's more important than my own 2 nephews having a father? Twisted is what it is. There was a custody battle here. Dan Markel was absolutely winning at every turn. Not only is he a loving father, the guy's a brilliant man, a brilliant lawyer. A lot smarter than Wendy, by the way. Little side note, a lot.
Can we just cut this and make it about John? You know, Vinny, like, can we just replace? And Dan was a wonderful man, absolutely. And Vinny, I'm not critiquing Vinny for praising Dan Markel. I'm saying, can we, Vinny, where's this for John? Never once. Unless I missed it, right, Vinny? I mean, maybe I did. Where's this? Right, where is this for John? You could have done this for John. You know, you could have. You didn't. Makes me so sad to live in a land where justice is a game. Makes me so sad. I hate public relations because it is centered on kernels of truth, in the sense that I'm sure Vinny really does care in some cases about victims. I hate public relations. In 50 years, I bet we're going to find out all these people work for the damn government. Makes me very upset. Very, very upset. I hate politics. I hate how friendships make people do bad things. I don't like when people put their own interests and success and the interests of their network ahead of justice. And I think it's selfish, and it undermines the American Republic. And it's the antithesis of what participatory democracy should be, whether through the First Amendment as a member of the media or a member of the public or whatnot. Real journalism is boots on the ground, literally walking the pavement, trying to understand what's going on. The inversion of that, which has unfortunately become more popular, is people with no idea what's going on pontificating for ratings. That's dangerous. And, you know, you can see in some cases, okay, we need that. Like, you need someone with a very large platform, although Core TV is becoming a little passé, regardless of what Talamon thinks. You need someone with a large platform who's willing to talk about your story. And yes, that means they're going to parachute in. But it's unhealthy that we think just because someone has a centralized medium that therefore, like, they should be given some kind of deference. You have to earn your deference on every story by virtue of your reporting. And if you don't, the second we start saying just because someone is on a platform or is on a large station or whatnot, that is immediate credibility, that destroys the edifice of journalism. It makes journalists lazy. Yes, in some cases that platform can be used for good, but on the whole, it means we have lazy people who are directed around by various political factions and economic factions that we don't really understand, okay, that don't know how to report, that do know how to sell rhetoric and ethos and pathos to people, okay, but that doesn't mean they actually know how to report. And so it's public relations has perverted every sector of our society. It's perverted the news business. It's perverted politics. It's perverted, and I literally mean it, like perverted it in the sense that it's flipped it on its head and it's undermined its original intent, and it's created perverse incentives for those engaged in the field to undermine the integrity of our lawmaking and judicial and regulatory processes for their personal interest. Like the whole edifice is broken. And it's because it's this inverted pyramid where the platform is more important than the person on it. Okay? It's incredibly dangerous, and we have to fix it. Everything else spiders from that broken edifice that is the relationship between media and government and citizen and government, and how that is reflected in what content we consume and what platforms are talking about what content. I don't think going the way of like British, like we don't need an Ofcom, OFCOM, the British television regulator. We don't need an Ofcom. Like we have the FCC, but that's more about like broadcast spectrums than like content of speech these days. What we need is like a fundamental inversion of what we value as news reporting. So if we don't value the people who are putting in the effort, which basically no one is doing because long form investigative journalism is basically dead. Unless we put an emphasis on that rather than popularize rhetoric, we're going to keep getting stuff like this, where some cases you're going to have people like Vinny hitting on the right tones because of the right reasons, but on the whole, it's going to get weaponized. This edifice is fundamentally dangerous to America. It is anti-democratic. It's paternalistic. It's rife for abuse. It needs to be regulated, not for the content of its speech, but for the impact of the varying overlapping concentric socio-political circles of influence that have usurped the function of these large platforms. So the more I watch Vinny, the more I realize like how insidious this is. And now I'm not knocking him for honoring Dan Markel, but I'm saying I'm figuring out what the problem is here, which is journalism isn't valued. We as a people have to stop watching things just because they're on a big platform. It doesn't matter that it's on Court TV. If it's nonsense, don't watch it. Okay, it doesn't matter if someone's an anchor on WBZ or Channel 5. If they're not actually reporting, they're no one. Okay, that's how we have to think about it. It doesn't. Who cares if you're on CNN? If you don't know what you're doing, no one's going to listen to you. If we don't inculcate that ethos amongst us as a peoples, we are going to lose this country. We're on the very verge of it. It's almost gone. But the one thing that can pull it back from the edge is we have to vote with our attention. You don't vote with your dollars anymore. You vote with your attention. And outside of critical analysis, like what we're doing now with Vinny, which is why Harvard Yard probably sent this along as a position juxtaposition with Vinny's Karen Reed coverage. She knew she was sending this, so I would analyze it. Outside of just Vinny, we have to... We are responsible for fixing this because... we vote with our attention. So in a world of pluralistic, diversified content, we have to stop giving people credibility just because they are on large platforms. In fact, we should be fundamentally suspect of those larger platforms because it means they're far more likely to be incentivized by monetary motive rather than ideological or pure ideological beliefs. So it's very important that we understand that because that's what's really breaking this down. Like Vinnie Politan is just someone who's skilled in the art of rhetoric, pathos, and ethos. Like Socrates would destroy him. He'd be like, what is it, Telemachus, the rhetorician in the dialogues? Like if Vinny were up against Socrates, Socrates would have Vinny, Vinny would be so humbled by a dialogue with Socrates that Vinny would never speak in public ever again. He is like the embodiment of a rhetorician, but he's the form of rhetoric that Socrates would critique as exceptionally dangerous because it can be used for good in some cases, but that allows it to be pernicious because it gains a foothold of integrity that can be weaponized or sold off or whatever it may be. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, talent is talent. It's not whether you have talent. There's a Michelangelo on every street corner in Rome. Do you know how many Einsteins have died paupers in a field in China? You know what I'm saying? Or some other country? That is not the issue. There are smart people everywhere, but it's what you do with the intelligence, and in particular what you do with a large platform if you have that intelligence. And don't get me wrong, it's a fait accompli. If you get to a position like Vinny's in or any other of these anchors in, it's not you. You think that those anchors up there on any station Court TV, CNN, WCBV, WBZ, whatever, actually get to say what they want to say? No, they are working. They are representatives of a commercial enterprise that is designed, unless it's a public information service, which doesn't really exist, it is designed by law to generate profits for shareholders. So if you think now obviously there's a little more leeway with opinion, but if you think for one second that profits do not incentivize rhetoric rather than substance, you're wrong. That's the fundamental issue. We can't have profit-driven news. That is how we have to actually regulate this. Like, we can have a bunch of people making good livings working in the news business, but it needs to be public interest, it needs to be regulated, and we need to basically, now this is very controversial, but we have to limit private commercial interest in news promulgation. We're going to have to, because it's too much of an incentive. And now I realize the government likes it, because the government also needs to be able to control news for a number of different purposes, different governments. But let's talk about the U.S. government. So it's helpful to the U.S. government, Operation Mockingbird, whatever you want to call it, to have assets in the commercial news space. And then it's helpful for the government if the government can go to say to the commercial news, like, listen, you're making a lot of money, we don't want you to cover this a certain way, or we want you to cover this a certain way. Does everyone understand? So it's not just the commercial interests or the corporate interests or the shareholders. It's also the cozy relationship between government, and I'm talking very broadly, and these corporate interests who have a large incentive to degrade public understanding of issues key to the functioning of the republic, but simultaneously to allow for a little bit of self-interest and some self-dealing in how things are presented, because it's like, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Oh, thanks for helping us out, Vinny. Like, it was important that, Karen Reed got off. Like, now we'll give you this story or whatever. It's very, very loose and fast. I'm giving a hypothetical, but it happens. There's horse trading, and it very much does involve, like, okay, well, we got this scoop on, this thing coming down the pipe. Don't you want to cover this the way we want it? Or, don't you understand, like, covering it this way is incredibly important. Here's why. If you do this and don't say anything, we'll give you access on this other story no one will ever know. Like, I'm not talking about Karen. I'm talking about the power brokers behind coverage. It's a lot of editorial discretion, and then there's a lot of money and politics and intelligence and national security at play. And so it's not who you have reporting the news. There's a Vinnie Politan on every street corner in New York. It's who is telling Vinnie what to say, whether or not he'll do it, and then also what type of viewership, what type of viewing habits are being incentivized. So if we as consumers of information are rewarding people like Vinny by watching content just because he's on Court TV, we're undermining democracy. But if there's good journalists on Court TV that we're watching, like Julie Grant, then the relationship is working right. But it's this idea that just because someone is on a big platform that has a reputation, that they should be paid attention to. We have to break that. It's a spell, and it's dangerous. All right. Tucker Carlson is a little different. Bill O'Reilly's also a little different. There are some people who I wouldn't exactly call media establishment figures. They're more journalists. Listen, if you don't know about Bill O'Reilly, let me tell you, look up why Bill O'Reilly won an award in 1977 while working for WAAF TV in Dallas. That was a real journalist, okay? Like, that man rose up through the ranks to become a commentator, which is fine. It's a little different. It's a style of journalism, but it's very different. It doesn't you wouldn't consider yourself a beat reporter, and like, even if you were a commentator, like, you have so much respect for beat journalism that, like, you would separate yourself from journalists and not consider yourself a beat reporter. But anyway, Bill O'Reilly won awards in the 77 because he figured out that Jim Moore, the head of DSD for the CIA in Dallas, was using the name Morris Bishop in order to run anti-Castro operations around 505 North 5th Street in Louisiana, which was the old life insurance building there in downtown Louisiana, which was a CIA office space. It was actually where what's his name, Oswald's friend, he had a very strange last name, like Henry de Morgenthal or something. It was where he had an office, de Morgenschlitt or something. He was definitely CIA. Anyway, I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. Oh, right. I think I was talking a little bit about the nature of the intelligence apparatus. And why was I talking about Bill O'Reilly? Right. So, but I don't think folks understand that there are opinion journalists who have also been very real, very intense, on-the-ground beat reporters. But that style of journalism, that's how it really should be. You should start as a beat reporter, and then eventually you should become a commentator because you understand what beat reporting is, so you can analyze stories as they're produced in order to see what the reporter is either like highlighting or not highlighting, so you can inductively understand the story and analyze it. That's different than being a beat reporter. When you're a beat reporter, who, what, when, where, why, nothing else. Okay? So you have to not say certain things. You have to say certain things based on the constraints of the format. But with someone like Bill O'Reilly, like he rose up from like literally solving the Kennedy assassination in '77, which was right after the Church Committee hearings. And I think he was actually like an agent of the Church Committee, like the Congressional Committee. They caught him like taking pictures of Jim Moore, and they all got in trouble. And then when they tried to get Bill O'Reilly in trouble, the congressional staff intervened, and then the FBI was mad at the congressional staff for taking a picture of a CIA agent. You read the documents, and it's just ridiculous. But anyway, that's real beat journalism, all right? So that's what gave our commentary apparatus some integrity. Now, obviously, William Buckley was a CIA man. Like, I'm sure Bill became a government man eventually. I don't know this. I'm just saying. A lot of them were government men, but at least they had the chops. They went through the beat reporting, they earned it, they wrote millions of words, they did a lot of dispatches, and then they became commentators. Now, you show up to Court TV, you have like a semi-good jawline or like some nice hair, and you're like, hi, let me just tell you about my opinion on something, allow me to pontificate. That is why we have a broken system. Oh yeah, don't worry, Ruth, but it was really H.L. Hunt, my friend. It was the mystery man H.L. Hunt, not E. Howard Hunt, H.L. Hunt, Dallas businessman. He was tied in with Momo and Johnny Roselli, a lot of those guys. Remember, like basically the CIA got blackmailed by the mob. Like, come on, like the mob in Operation Mongoose, like they were going to do a favor. They never killed Castro, but they got dirt on the CIA. Like the CIA was giving them all sorts of like pills and crazy stuff to kill Castro. $150K CIA paid for the job. Mob never pulled it off. However, the mob had blackmail, mutual interest. Interpen, Sturgis's unit, gets caught, in December of '62 after the missile crisis, trying to invade Cuba again. CIA's a little pissed. JFK has made a deal with Brezhnev to stop anti-Castro activities domestically. So you get the situation where, CIA and H.L. Hunt and Roselli and Momo, who was Sam Giancana, they all, Meyer Lansky, everybody was like, well, and, that's, it just takes, a little, and, that's all it is. So I'm trying to be very vague here, but my point is it was not just Bush and the CIA and the people behind the John Birch Society, etc. No, it was Momo and Johnny Roselli and Meyer Lansky and Frank Sturgis. Like, it was the mob really who was pissed, and then the CIA was like a willing sort of co-conspirator. They were happy to go along with it, but the mob definitely made them do it. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It came from like the right-wing Texas oil interests, but they were just like, come on, like the mob has more money than them. And it was Momo, it was Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky who lost the most money from Cuba kicking out the casinos. Because you got to remember, in '59, all right, when Castro comes to power, he signs a law banning the casinos, right, which goes into effect on like January 17th, '59. By January like 25th, he overturns the law and he allows non-Cubans, so tourists, whatever, to go to the casinos. But even that only lasts like 4 months. And remember, Sturgis was the chief of the Air Force. Frank Sturgis, the head of the Intercontinental Penetration Force, right? The CIA-backed unit that was training in Lake Pontchartrain in 60 and 61 and 62 for the Bay of Pigs, or 60 and 61 for the Bay of Pigs, 62 for another invasion, and then in August, September, October of 63 for the assassination of JFK. All right, like it was the mob who wanted it done, and it was the CIA who was willing to go along with it because they didn't like that that JFK made a deal with Brezhnev to stop the CIA from killing Castro. So it's a sad. Yeah, I agree, Kath. Dawn, my friend, it's great to see you. By the way, if you're just tuning in. Yes, Jew drops. I did check the O'Keefe civil case. No updates yet as to Karen's motion to dismiss. Dirty Laundry by Don Henley. I'll check it out. And Tatabug, you should also check out a great book. It's called, let me get you the book, Tatabug. Hold on. Let me get to the book, Tatabug. Tatabug, it is probably my favorite book right now. It is called Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy. It's by a member of Congress. So it's called Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of JFK. It's by Lieberman, and let me tell you the other author. It's by Lieberman, and the member of Congress is Gonzalez, I think. But anyway, definitely check it out. Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy. It gets some stuff wrong, but it gets a lot of it right. And I know a lot about this. Obviously, I have all of this memorized. Oh, by the way, so listen, I've been in some talks, ladies and gentlemen. I can't say with who or whatever, but we may have a really good interview on Towel Stream. Oh, Towel Mom has potentially agreed to come on Towel Stream. I know this is a bit of an aside from our discussion about Vinny, but I'm talking about things. Towel Mom has considered coming on Towel Stream. She hasn't agreed, but she may want to do it. She says she wants to talk about the Equal Rights Amendment and her lawsuit against the government to force the government to put women in the draft. She doesn't actually want, well, I think she does want women in the draft, but she more is trying to make the point that men and women should be equal. So if you're going to have a draft and it doesn't have women, men and women aren't equal, which, I mean, yeah. And her point is that the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, it originally excluded women from voting and from the Due Process Clause and from the Equal Protection Clause. We eventually fixed the voting issue with the women having the right to vote via the 19th or 20th Amendment. What we did not fix, though, was the fact that women don't have, and men for their part, any man or woman who experiences sex or gender-based discrimination or something like that, or has class-based harm and wants to move under the Equal Protection Clause in order to get relief, that was never fixed. So men and women, there's no right in the Constitution for men and women to have equal rights or equal protection under the Constitution. So what the court does is, if you make a law that discriminates between men and women, like say you want to sell alcoholic beer to men and women between 18 and 21, but the men can have beer that's 5.7% and the women can only have beer that's 3.5%. Are you allowed to do that? The court will look at it, and they will apply one of three levels of scrutiny: rational basis, intermediate scrutiny, or strict scrutiny. Now, when you're talking about things like race, you apply a strict scrutiny analysis. When you're talking about things like sex and gender, you apply an intermediate scrutiny analysis. Now, Mom's argument is that even though in that case of a state trying to make a law that says men and women aren't allowed to drink the same kind of beer, even though that's not allowed, Mom's argument is because it was only not allowed under intermediate scrutiny, that men and women technically should ask for strict scrutiny, and until that happens, men and women are not equal. That's basically Mom's argument. It's a little bit complicated, but that's what Towel Mom wants to come on and talk about. And I said, okay, Towel Mom, I am sure lots of people want to hear about the Equal Rights Amendment. I'm not so sure everyone wants women to be in the draft, but, more power to you. If you're trying to make some larger point, I'm happy to have you explain why you want to have women be in the draft. Let's do it. So anyway, Towel Mom's a bit of a constitutional scholar. So literally, she just sits around all day studying the Constitution. She's like, listen, I wrote this very interesting brief. You should listen to this sentence. Then she starts saying, here's the research I did on it. She's very into her constitutional research. We discuss obscure cases all the time from the 20s, and I argue with her. And I'll be like, that's only dicta. That's not a controlling holding. You're a towel. She's like, we get into, they are very interesting discussions. I'm not exactly sure. Well, yes, no, Ruth, it even under what Mom wants, which is strict scrutiny, the laws would still be able to treat men and women differently. It's just how much justification does the government have to provide? That's what Mom wants. She wants it bumped up. Ange says she has never burned a bra. Ange is saying that she's never burned a bra because they're too expensive. I understand, Ange. Listen, I'm with you. Frugality is important. Protesting's important. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you could maybe you probably don't want to just pick up a bra on the street at a protest and burn it. But let's just, how about this? I support people's right to express themselves, but generally, I don't think burning things other than cigars are generally a good idea. They cost money, like Ange said, and also you're burning something, which is just not a good idea. Maybe in a controlled environment with a permit. How about that, Ange? You can get a permit for your bra burning, and then we'll find someone to donate them. Then you have a night. You know how they have the bonfire night, Ange? You can have the bra fire night, all right? You just go and you light up all the bras in a controlled environment on a big pit, on a big rack of pallets, you know? It'll be hilarious. They'll call it the bra fire night. You know what I'm saying? And instead of chanting about Guy Fawkes or whatever, we can chant about, you know, the bras and whatever. We'll burn effigies of Victoria's Secret models. Oh, did you know, by the way, that the Victoria's Secret guy was one of the biggest financiers of Epstein? That shouldn't surprise you. So anyway, all the more reason to create a bra fire night in England, all right? Dewdrops and Ange, we're going to go to England. We're going to call it the Bra Fire Night. We're going to build giant scaffolds, okay, of pallets, and then we're going to put effigies of Victoria's Secret models and bras on them, and we're going to call it Bra Fire Night, all right? Then we're going to run around, ladies and gentlemen. We are just going to run around on Bra Fire Night, and we will say, this is our equivalent to Bonfire Night. It's called Bra Fire Night. Where is the chicken truck? I need a sandwich. Now, Les Wexner. That's the guy. The Victoria's got a secret, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is Les Wexner. So, all right, let's go back to a little more Vinny Towel trivia coming up at 3:30 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. 3:30 p.m. Towel trivia. I know, Dewdrops, I'm hilarious. You don't understand. We are going to have a bra fire night in the UK. Nobody tell the Ministry of Defense. They will never let me into the UK. And you have created a cultural tradition unlike any other. We have to say that Ange Towell came up with the idea of bra fire night. Ange, it's very complicated. The British have very unique cultural traditions. We're just going to find a day. We're going to slide right in there sometime between, November 6th and like December 1st, all right? We'll get Nicolas Cage involved. He owes a bunch of tax money to the town of Bath. We'll tell him he can absolve the debt if he takes part in our bra fire night. Then we'll go to the Royal Crescent. We'll build up a giant thing of pallets, and then we'll burn a bunch of bras. You don't understand. The Prime Minister will love it. Nope, not happening, Ange. You walked right into this one, and it puns so well on Bonfire Night. You had no idea it was going to become Bra Fire Night, but that's why we pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've always wanted to learn about how to create a new cultural holiday in the UK. All right, Vinny, you took us on 17,000 tangents due to your wide-eyed rhetorical tomfoolery. You are a bloviator. Please continue bloviating.
Smarter than Wendy. So in this battle, Donna Adelson, his ex-mother-in-law, she is in the middle of all of it, and she's a sore loser. An absolute sore loser. Could not stand that this man was winning in court, and we can't do exactly what we want to do. That my adult, grown daughter can't move next to mommy and daddy. Because this man wants to be with his children and wants to raise his children. That's twisted too. That's absolutely twisted, warped. How does this compute in anyone's head? How? Why would you take the life of these boys' father? Why?
He's so fake.
Why? So their mommy could live down in South Florida in Miami? What?
We're only watching this to learn about Donna trying to flee.
So as we sit here tonight, the question now turns to her. Did Donna Adelson, the mother-in-law, was she the one calling the shots here? Because at this past trial, you know, Charlie's sort of the mastermind here, but is he really the mastermind? Or is there another level of all this? Is his family so sick and twisted?
Not in the UK, Steph.
That mommy can get her son to orchestrate a murder? Like a Don in the mafia would have their capo go find some hitmen? Is that what Donna did here? Because she's now been arrested and charged with the murder. We know she didn't fire a weapon, but her hands are all over a bunch of money. And what exactly is her role in the family? Is this family that disturbed? That narcissistic? That it's more important for Wendy to be near mommy and daddy and her brother Charlie than for these two boys to have a father? So she's under arrest now. Big news. And we heard from the state attorney. Take a listen.
She was arrested last night in Miami International Airport.
And was she leaving the country?
Yes, we had information that she had booked a flight to Vietnam. The flight went from Miami to Dubai, and then there was a layover, and the rest of it was going to Vietnam. She was apprehended on the jetway getting on that plane.
And will she be extradited back to Leon County?
Sure, this doesn't actually require extradition because she's still in the state of Florida. That's one of the things when we found that she was leaving the country, extradition would have been an issue. We started talking to some of our federal partners about the complexities and how hard, depending on what country she ended up with. If she stayed in Dubai, how that would be. If she were to go to Vietnam, what would that be? If she went somewhere else? And that was when the decision was made that we needed to kind of expedite, because we don't have to extradite from Miami. She will be transported, though, from Miami to Tallahassee. That's really between the sheriffs. It's an administrative issue. Because of safety concerns, we don't tell even the prisoner or anyone else when we're transporting prisoners. And so at some point by law enforcement, it'll be between the sheriffs. Sheriff McNeil and the sheriff in Miami-Dade will decide when she'll be brought up here. We learned about the flight before 8 o'clock yesterday morning. We knew the flight was at 8, so we had about a 12-hour window. And then we had our normal day-to-day. It was a Monday. So it was quite a hectic day. We investigatively met with my team here. We were on the phone with a lot of other law enforcement partners. Obviously the FBI, which was in Miami. He actually drove down yesterday, so he was already kind of in, some of these things were in motion, but throughout yesterday we were working, and the warrant was signed I think around 6 o'clock last night. So that gives you, that's about as best I can, we find out about 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock I've got a warrant, 8 o'clock she's in custody, something thereabouts. When I woke up Monday morning, I did not expect to make that decision that day. But we've been working it since literally the day that he was killed, and we've been making accumulation of evidence and making decisions as the case goes forward.
Unbelievable. Heading out of the country to Vietnam for a reason, but caught. They get the warrant 2 hours beforehand. They get her at the airport. Unbelievable. Let's bring in our guest, breaking all this news as it was happening in Miami, Florida. Co-host of Surviving the Survivor podcast, Joel Waldman is with us. And in Tallahassee, Florida, criminal defense attorney, former federal prosecutor, was on that podcast with Joel while all this is being broken nationally. Tim Jansen is with us. Guys, great to see you tonight. Wasn't expecting this, but wow. Joel, take us, as you're learning all this is happening, what happened at the airport?
Vinny, first of all, thank you for having me, and I love you before, but I love your passion off the top here. I've been in touch with the Markells, and at the end of the day, true crime devotees just get too caught up in the story from sort of a dramatic standpoint, but this buck stops with the victims. Dan Markel was murdered senselessly, and then the two children, Ben and Lincoln, now are going to have to contend with all of this. So it is an absolute tragic, horrific story. And even Charlie Adelson has a young 5-year-old boy. So what was this family thinking, Vinny? That's a great question. To answer your...
Very good. So, good to know. This is a little more context. So I've seen a little bit of Surviving the Survivor. We've watched some of their, commented on really, a lot of us while watching their interviews about Kohberger a little bit. We've definitely watched one of their analyses related to Kohberger and Ted Bundy, and then also, Elliot Rogers, that very sick man out in California. And, you know, Kohberger's connection to Elliot Rogers definitely underanalyzed, starting to become analyzed a little bit more, and I know folks are looking into that, and Vicky Towell in particular, and there's no doubt in my mind, and that's actually I think why we watched the Surviving the Survivor breakdown, that Surviving the Survivor indeed was on that Kohberger connection to that Elliot Rogers or whatever his name was out in California. He was a sicko. A lot of obviously Ted Bundy, Kohberger, and Rogers were all sickos, but Elliot Rogers, I mean, was in particular a sicko. Like trying to inspire like manifestos, just like an absolute crazy man. And if Kohberger was inspired by Bundy and Elliot Rogers, that just shows a level of pathology that is just, I mean, horrifyingly sick. But all right, we got 45 minutes till Towel Trivia, ladies and gentlemen, so we're getting ready. I have a little bit more of Adelson catch-up that I want to do. It's going to take us a long time to get the full picture of this complex multi-part story related to the murder of Dan Markel, but I really want to see it for what it is. So I want to see Charlie Adelson's cross, okay, from Georgia. All right, so Georgia's cross of Charlie Adelson is apparently really good, and I want to watch it. I want to see if Murder by Maestro. I feel like Murder by Maestro have it, but let's watch the Law and Crime version. So this is Charlie Adelson getting crossed by Georgia, the prosecutor. Yes, no, I had lunch, Dewdrops, and we are picking this up, ladies and gentlemen, from about the 21-minute mark. We started this last week. So the reason why we're jumping into the Charlie Adelson cross is this happened before Wendy's arrest, okay? So this, to give you context, Charlie's trial, I think, had already happened when Donna got arrested. We'll double-check that. But we're going to watch now a little bit more of Charlie getting crossed by this brilliant prosecutor. Everyone calls her Georgia. I don't mean to offend her, but I'm going to call her Georgia because she's super towel. But yes, Dewdrops, I'll be eating. I had some lunch. I'll eat dinner as soon as our stream is up. And remember, the next round of Towel Trivia is at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, so just over 44 minutes away. And that's going to be, we're going to take that home for the day. So our Towel Trivia round is going to take us home because Towel's got to go over and do some things. You know, Towel's got things to do. But anyway, let's take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to see Georgia continuing to tear Charlie apart. And at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, I'll be with you here for Towel Trivia.
Car.
They were, but would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute in your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system? Yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So, like, wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know. There was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, equipment, and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money?
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed?
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right, then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
Oh, when did you break up?
Within a week. I met her, we went out to dinner, we went out to eat, and I just said, this has got to end.
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, listen, I don't want to surround myself with this, I'm scared. She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her, because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated, for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books, because none of this money was going to her and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that I mean, have sex with her?
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we'd broken up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about, because July, when they count the months, July, August, September, October, so 4 months.
Okay, and then there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, I don't need help, I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On 9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19
I'm not
and
trying to
14.
say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On
Probably borrowed some
10/6
money.
of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy, and I felt like she got caught up, dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
But you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So
yeah.
wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering
I mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
she's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit
Is
from
she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth,
And
right?
I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you have any contact?
Zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration, that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
Right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
how wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
2,000.
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's the point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it. That's not how.
And Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
He was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background?
And we're back.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do, you're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You gotta brush your teeth. Can't forget to brush your teeth.
Yeah. A little dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
When they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's do before this case.
No, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her. Is
it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No.
She wasn't?
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad-mouthing her, but I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem with him.
He was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. She's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24. And I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think.
15-minute towel trivia warning, ladies and gentlemen. 3:30 Eastern. 15-minute towel trivia warning. 15-minute towel trivia warning.
I think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. Please go to 209.
Where are you going?
On this way, just hop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just put the date no.
Oh, did you?
So I just called an old fart. She's a few months older than me. But so I asked him for his birthday. It turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
Just
know.
be happy,
Yeah,
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Fleetwood.
Aww.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to be here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
All right.
So I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
Did he cough right when when the line about the Miami Fellows thing was being read?
Doing it in Fleetwood. Aw. So, like, oh, that sounds awesome. All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to stay there tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning. Right. I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad. Oh, yeah. I couldn't imagine. Oh. Yeah, he sounded good. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up, because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and you're
we'll get
putting
to
the whole
TV.
case together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not putting the whole case together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I've always tried to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's. Didn't he in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it. till
Is it
years
your
later.
mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
But is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
to a certain extent. I mean,
Aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did you do you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs in how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
5-minute warning for towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen. 5-minute warning. I understand, Ange. So what we're looking for is like Law and Crime normally just hosts the pool feed. Court TV just hosts the pool feed. Anything that's just the pool feed. And also, if you just let me know the interviews of the suspects, if they were ever aired on Law and Crime, Court TV, anything that is in the pool feed that's just airing court exhibits, that's what we'll look for. But yes, Ange, Super Towels, if you're wondering, is looking for some help. Ange is trying to find the police interview of Jeff Lacoste, I believe it is. But Ange will let you know. She has some other videos she wants to put together as we continue our Donna Adelson case catch up. But this is your warning, 4-minute warning until towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's finish up a few more minutes of this part of George's Cross of Charlie Adelson, and then we will finish. Of course, we're not going to finish this anytime soon. We have goodness. So right now we have like 7 videos, maybe 11 on our Donna Adelson catch-up. We might be done with this by August. We're going to just take it slow and steady. The only way we're going to know this case, as well as Murder by Maestro and I think Ruth and Claudia and Dewdrop, some of the people who have been following this for a while, following it for so long, is to watch it all. So we're going to watch it piece by piece, and we're going to let Georgia talk for a few more minutes before towel trivia.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. And if I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
And my sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. You know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help, for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed, so I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
Right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read.
We're going to let her finish this line of questioning, then we're going to do towel trivia.
They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. Did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
Oh, that's where she was going. Gotcha. Georgia is an excellent prosecutor, ladies and gentlemen. Georgia is an excellent prosecutor. I know people kept saying, and it was Dewdrops and Claudia and Ruth and Murder by Maestro, they kept saying, Georgia's an excellent prosecutor. And I was like, well, she's got a lot of convictions, but why is she so, they were professing their love for Georgia. I now get it. Let me just tell you, I get it. All right? I get it. All right, so who's ready for towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen? Towel trivia coming up. I know you're excited. Everybody is excited to play. Let me give you a reminder of the scores. I know some of you literally come back. I know some of you love the Adelson trial catch-up. Some of you, though, literally come back when I say we're going to do towel trivia at 3:30, so I'm not going to deprive you of it. All right, here we go. The current scores are I jumped ahead of myself. Round 8. In first position, I don't mean to forget myself. Towel is in first, ladies and gentlemen, 13 points. In second position, in today's round of towel trivia, Taterbug with 11.5. I agree, Monica. And third place, Allie Towel, 10.5 points. Great job, Allie Towel. Hello, Rue Towel. Have you considered that you are a doggo towel? Rue's like, what? The TV man is talking to me. In fourth place, we have a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towel, the world record holder for most towel points ever in a towel trivia. Oh, yes, no, Claudia, we're going to do, I don't want to do that right now. I want to do it at the end of the cross tomorrow, Claudia. I don't want to watch the verdict before you finish the cross, okay? So we have 59 more minutes of the cross. As soon as we finish it tomorrow, Claudia, it will be something we'll look forward to. We will watch the verdict, I promise, my dear friend. In fourth place, as I mentioned, we have a tie, Super Towel Ruth, and the world record holder for most towel points in a single day, Steph Towel, with 10 as well. In fifth place, we have J Towel all alone with 9 points. In sixth place, BGG Gruff and Super Towel Doggo Gruff. Well, I think the doggo's name is BGG Gruff as well. 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In seventh place with a serendipitous 7.5 points. Lucky number 7, Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 7.5. In eighth place, Jeff Towel, 6 points, ladies and gentlemen. In ninth place, Jew drops the Super Towelette herself with Kiki and Riri standing by to answer the questions. 5.5 points. Rounding out the top 10, the one, the only Ange Towel. Ange is on a Super Towel mission. Ange got herself on a mission, didn't realize what was happening, and then had to reach out to Jew drops for help. Ange, the Super Towel, has 3.5 points, rounding out the top 10. In 11th, Claudia Towel with 1.5 points. Excellent job, Claudia Towel. And in 11th position, tied with 1 point apiece, Carrie Gold and Julia Towel in the position of honor. Ange Towel's like, oh no, what have I done? I'm on a towel mission. I'm Ange James Bond Towel. Yes, you are, Ange. You are Ange James Bond Towel. All right, here we go. Towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen. The way we're going to do this is we're going to do one Super Towel bonus round between now and 4:15, and then I'm going to get out of here. All right, we're going to do everything else a regular round. You know how it goes. You get points for, if I get it right, you get a point for getting it right first. We do it based off of the messages that come in on the chat on Towel's phone. That's the only fair way to do it. If you're second person to get it right or any subsequent person to get it right on a question that I get right, you get half a point. If I get a question wrong during a regular round and you're the first person to get it right, you get 2 points. If, ladies and gentlemen, you get it right and you're the second or subsequent person when I get it wrong, you get a full point. During a double towel bonus round, which will be announced ahead of time, if I get it wrong, you get 4 points. If you're the first one to get it right, 2 points for every subsequent correct answer. If I get it right, though, it's just regular points. 1 point for the first person to get it right, half point for everyone else. I know. Ange Towel is a decoy. Ange Towel is some kind of James Bond towel. I don't know what Ange is going off to do. She's going to invade Guatemala or something. Ange, good luck in Guatemala. God bless you, my friend. Let us know when you are president of Guatemala. If you want to bring Steph along, that's fine. She's always wanted to overthrow a Latin American government. Listen, I'm telling you, Steph Towel looks just like this unassuming little brilliant Super Towel, but then you start talking to her and she's like, listen, have you ever considered making the world safe from communism? You know, Steph hunts the commies. You know what I'm saying? Steph's a commie hunter. You never know, ladies and gentlemen, but there you go. Ange, don't worry. I'm sending you and Steph to Guatemala to hunt the commies. Nothing can go wrong. Don't invade Cuba, though, all right? Your only instruction is you may not invade Cuba. We saw what happened when Frank Sturgis tried that in '68. The police got really upset, which I think was called British Honduras at that point. All right, here we go. Enough about Towel sending Ange and Steph to Latin American countries to make the world safe for democracy. Yep, there you go. So Steph understands the mission. No invading Cuba. You got it, Ange. You and Steph are going to do just fine, my friend. Listen, I have full faith in your capabilities. Just avoid police. Look at Jew Drums. Jew Drums like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go to Guatemala. You gotta bring Kiki and Riri on the plane. Wait a minute, I don't know if you can get. I think the Guatemalan Air Force might be a little suspicious of Steph, Jew Drops, Kiki, and Riri flying into their airspace. One of you's gonna have to learn how to operate a radio. Wait a minute, how did Dewdrops get on the plane? I thought it was Ange and Steph. All right, it's Ange is like, I got out of it. All right, so here we go. We're sending Ange, Dewdrops, Steph, Kiki, and Riri, the latter two of whom are doggos, well, Super Towelette doggos, to Guatemala in a plane, and Ange is going to bring the food. Oh, wait, Paula, I forgot. Listen, Paula, I forgot. We were only, I don't know if there's any fascists left in Guatemala, but if they are in Guatemala, Steph is going to hunt them. Steph, I forgot to say, let me be very fair to Steph. Steph hunts the fascists. Dewdrops, you got to be okay with Steph Towel rooting out the commies and the fascists. I think we're all on board with this. Is everybody, it's like meeting at Yalta. All right, I'm going to be Franklin Delano Roosevelt Towel. I'm sorry, Stalin, we're going to screw you over. Everybody hates the commies and the fascists, all right? I've pounded my towel gavel. We're all on the same page. Have fun in Guatemala. All right, let's begin. With that out of the way. Go, goodness. Here we go, little towels. Here we go, little towels. We are going to do our Super Towel trivia. Get ready, 20-second countdown. Enough with towel pontificating about Guatemala. Although I think Ange, Steph, and Dewdrops, and Kiki and Riri are going to have a wonderful vacation. Just be careful and don't get caught in the country of Belize and no going to Cuba. All right, here we go. The first category, ladies and gentlemen, the wheel spins where it stops. Nobody knows. Well, Towel will know eventually. Arts and literature. Allie Towel is going to be excited if she's here. Hello, Rue. You are a Super Towel. All right, let's begin. What Charles Dickens novel contains the line, "The law is an ass"? How apropos, ladies and gentlemen. All of a Twist, David Copperfield, A Tale of Two Cities, or Great Expectations? I don't know. Great Expectations? Oh, it's Oliver Twist. Who's going to get the double points? 2 points at stake, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody got Oliver Twist so far. No, we don't pick the categories for this part, Claudia. It's all rotating questions. Nobody got it. Taterbug. Look at Taterbug coming in, grabbing 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbugs are the only erudite, well-read Super Towel in this round. Taterbug read her Oliver Twist. Taterbug's just like, listen, I have Oliver Twist right here. Let me tell you what page the line is on. Don't you read your Oliver Twist? Allie Towel reads her Oliver Twist. I'll tell you that. Hello, Allie and bro. Taterbug is a well-read, erudite Super Towel. Taterbug, oh, Jeff. There's Jeff picking up a full point. Jeff also reads their Charles Dickens, clearly. You all are wonderfully read Dickensians. All right, let's continue to our next question. Here we go, Towel Trivia. Well, how many amendments make up the U.S. Bill of Rights? Oh, goodness. 4, 22, 16, or 10? Oh, goodness, little towels. You got to know that the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution are the Bill of Rights. The answer is number 4. Towel picks up a full point. Steph, you're Canadian, so I forgive you for getting that one wrong. It's okay. When I become some kind of leader, you can take the naturalization quiz. I'm sorry, all of our Canadian friends are not getting this one right. Elizabeth Lander comes in and picks up the full point. Great job, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Lander picks up the full point. Allie Towel is a constitutionalist. Allie Towel knows, ladies and gentlemen, that there are 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights. Claudia is also a constitutional textualist who knows that there are 4 amendments in the Bill of Rights. I mean 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights. It was answer choice 4. Taterbug comes through and picks up half a point because Taterbug is a constitutional scholar. And also as proof that Jeff is literally getting these right, Jeff did not get the answer right. Steph, I know it is okay. Yeah, we need it. There's actually 27 amendments, but only 10 make up the Bill of Rights. Here we go. Here we go, little towels. Next question. The category is science and nature. Science and nature. What country's breeding lab did 26 African killer queen bees escape from in 1956? Peru's, Brazil's, Colombia's, Panama's. I don't know. Panama. Goddamn Panama. No, it was Brazil, ladies and gentlemen. Who got number 2? Who knew it was the Brazilians who let the bees go? Double points if you got number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Double points if you got Brazil. Who knew it was the damn Brazilians? Let the damn bees go. Goddamn Brazilians letting the bees go. But you got to keep track of the bees, ladies and gentlemen. No one knew it was the damn Brazilians. Ali Towel knew it was the Brazilians who let the bees go. They couldn't protect the damn bees. Taterbug picks up a full point. Ali Towel got 2 points there, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff grabs a full point. Great job, Jeff. Jeff knew that it was the damn Brazilians. Who let the bees out? It was clearly the Brazilians. Buzz, buzz. That was a good pun. What is the city of lights? New York, London, Paris, Las Vegas. Well, all those cities have lights, but only El Paris is the city of lights. It is number 3, ladies and gentlemen, who picked up a point. Who's going to know that it is El Paris? That is the city of lights, ladies and gentlemen. Paula Towel picks up the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Paula Towel picks up the full point. Paula is a super towel. Who else knew it was Paris? Ange and Nancy both pick up half a point. Great job, Nancy Towel. Great job, Ange Towel, both picking up half a point. And Ange and Nancy. And then we got Ali Towel News Paris. Ali Towel has been to the Rue des Opera. Taterbug and Ruth. Taterbug is a very cultured Parisian ladybug. Taterbug knew it was Paris. As did Ruth, ladies and gentlemen, who picks up half a point. Ali Towel, you already got it. Dewdrops and Elizabeth both knew it was Paris. Great job, Dewdrops and Elizabeth. All right, little towels, getting ready for the next round. Round 10, here we go. What country is Mount Everest in? Oh, goodness, little towels. Is it India? Is it Nepal? Is it Mongolia? Or is it China? Well, ladies and gentlemen, clearly you know that the Sherpas are in Nepal. Number 2 is the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2, who's going to pick up the first point? Steph. Steph, with her super fast T1 internet, knows that the Sherpas are in Nepal, as does Paula Towel, who picks up half a point, as does Ruth, who picks up half a point, as does Paula. I think I actually got Ruth and Paula, as does Jeff and Ange, who both pick up half a point. Ange Towel has actually climbed Mount Everest, from what I understand. Ange is a 27-year-old towel who broke the world record for being the youngest towel to ascend Mount Everest. Right, Ange? And this is building your alter ego for when you go to Guatemala. Elizabeth Lander picks up half a point, as does Nancy and Claudia Montano. Nancy Towel picks up half a point. Claudia picks up half a point. A lot of people knew that this was Nepal. Allie and Dewdrops both pick up half a point. Allie has never been to Nepal, but Dewdrops one time hired a Sherpa, from what I understand. I don't know if she actually got to Nepal, but Kiki and Riri wanted to hire a Sherpa, and, you know. Taterbug picks up half a point. I don't exactly know how Kiki and Riri found out about Sherpas, but, you know, there you go. Steph, Ange has not climbed Steph, let me just say, if I'm saying things that are about people and not about trivia questions, it might not be real. Like, it's very possible Ange has not climbed Mount Everest. And I also don't think that Kiki and Riri bought a Sherpa. What South American country was ravaged in 1960 by the strongest earthquake on record? Chile, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia. I think it was the Chilean earthquake. Might be Peru. It was Chile, ladies and gentlemen. It was Chile. Towel picks up a full point. Who got number 1? Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. It was number 1. It was Chile. Ange Towel picks up the full point. I told you, Ange Towel knows a lot about mountains, ladies and gentlemen. Chile has a lot of mountains. Ange Towel climbed Mount Everest one time. All right. Great job, Ange Towel. Claudia picks up half a point. Claudia has also climbed some mountains, clearly. Who else? Paula and Ruth Towel both grabbed half a point. Great job, Paula and Ruth Towel. Alrighty then. Great job, Ruth Towel. And then we get Allie 90211 and Jeff both pick up half point. Great job, Allie 90211 and Jeff Towel both picking up half point. We also got Taterbug. Taterbug picking up half a point. Don't teach. Well, okay, Steph. If there's ever a question about Ange climbing Mount Everest, I promise I will give you the truth. I promise. All right, here we go. It's in literature. There's a light rat in literature. You'll always spell that right. What 20th century artist defended his abstractions by saying, "If you want to see a face, look at one"? Piet Mondrian, Jackson Pollock, Pablo Picasso, Robert Rauschenberg. Well, it's clearly Picasso. Oh, I got it wrong. It's Jackson Pollock who was the abstract artist. It is number 2. Who knew they're Jackson Pollock, ladies and gentlemen? Everyone's going to think it was Picasso, but someone's going to come in to be the super towel artist. Who's going to be the art expert? Oh, who's going to know that it was Jackson Pollock? Wow, a lot of people are going with Picasso. Nancy is our resident art expert. All right, Nancy, you shall appraise my paintings if you wish. Jeff, you may also appraise the paintings. Nancy actually gets 2 points because Towel got that one wrong. Jeff gets a full point. Claudia is also an art appraiser. Great job, Claudia Towel. Claudia grabs a full point. Taterbug, have you ever considered a career in art appraisal? Taterbug got it right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm saying, Ruth. That was a tough one to get. Great job. All right, here we go. Nope, we don't have time for this one. I'm so sorry. There was only 2 seconds, so I couldn't read it and look at the answer. Get ready for the next one. Category is, this is our last question for this round. We're not done, though. We're going to play for another 30 minutes. Sports and leisure, ladies and gentlemen. Sports and leisure. Wedge round. Taterbug's going to nail this. I know it. What Manchester United shirt number did David Beckham adopt when Eric Catatonia retired? 7, 9, 5, 11. I don't know. 9 or 11? 7, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky number 7. Who knew David Beckham? Who knew that David Beckham adopted number 7? Who got number 1, ladies and gentlemen? Silver Fox grabbed it. Silver Fox grabs 2 points. Silver Fox, a big Man U fan. It was number 7 or number 1. Cat Don picks up a full point. Cat Don, how are you, my friend? Did you get kombucha or coffee today? Jeff Pesos. Jeff knows their British history. Allie Towel gets a full point for knowing their British history. Silver Fox loves David Beckham. Taterbug's a big David Beckham fan. I heard Taterbug has a David Beckham jersey. No, Steph, I'm joking. Steph, I am joking. That's sarcasm. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry. Taterbug may well have a David Beckham jersey. I'm kidding, though. I don't actually know that. All right, here are the score updates heading into our next round of Towel Trivia. Faster I read the scores, the more rounds we can get in, the more points you can get. Are you ever going to break Steph's record of 50 points for a single day, though? No, I doubt it. It seems reasonable that they would do that, Paula. All right, here's what I got for points, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, a lot of people jumped around there. Silver Fox jumped up the scoreboard. Elizabeth and Silver Fox both have 3 and 2, so there we go. Claudia's got 4. Here we go. So, Taterbug is atop the leaderboard. They call her Taterbug for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. She just eats up the competition. I don't think ladybugs actually do that, but they probably do chew on leaves. So I guess you can call us Towel Leaves because we're just getting eaten alive by Taterbug. All right, Taterbug's got 18.5. Taterbug is in first place. Silver Fox, apparently that is a great reason to get the answer. It was because Silver Fox's son loved David Beckham. Well, there you go. Silver Fox, that came in handy. That was some great information. Elizabeth, you got one of those hard questions right, my dear friend, and you know the Watergate question, so you never know. You might pick up a lot. All right, so Taterbug is in first place with 18.5. In second place, they call me Towel. My name is Towel. I have 17 points. Taterbug would like the world to know that Taterbugs eat potatoes. So apparently we are all potato towels. There you go. Taterbug is consuming us. We are potato towels. All right? I've always wanted to be a potato towel. That way I can help the world. I can go around and say I am a potato. Let us spring forth from the land fish bread and potatoes. All right. Third place, Allie Towel with Rue by her side, 16.5 points. Always threatening Allie Towel. Could always strike at any moment. In fourth place, Ruth Towell. Don't count Ruth Towell out. Ruth Towell gets a few double points on her expertise questions. Ruth Towell jump right up into the podium. Fourth place, 12 points. In fifth position, we have the one, the only, the world record holder for most points ever in a Towel Trivia daily round, Steph, with 11 today, tied with the one, the only Jeff Towell, and it is actually very fitting that they are tied because Jeff Towell holds the world record for the most points in a single round. Jeff obtained a score of 20 in a single 6-question round of Towel Trivia, ladies and gentlemen. Literally broke the world record. So Jeff and Steph both tied, and it rhymes too, with 11 points each. So that went to the fifth place. Sixth place, Nancy Towell, all alone with 10.5 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towell. In seventh place, Jay Towell with 9. In eighth place, BGG Gruff with, serendipitously enough, 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. In ninth place, the one, the only Super Towelette Jew Drop. She's on her way to Guatemala with Steph and Ange and Kiki and Riri, and she has 6.5 points. In 10th place, because she's on the plane with Jew Drops and the dogs and Steph heading to Guatemala, is the one, the only Ange. She's also known as Ange James Bond Towel, who has 5.5 points. In 11th place, Claudia Towell coming in with 4 points. Claudia is ready to strike and move up the leaderboard. Right behind Claudia, always a dangerous threat in the game, Elizabeth Towell with 3 points. Oh no, Allie, we're going to hurry. And then, let's see, Elizabeth has 3. Silver Fox right behind Elizabeth with 2 points. Kerry Gold and Julia tied behind Silver Fox with 1 point apiece. Paula Towell has 1.5 points, and Kath Dawn has a point. All right, folks, Allie Towell only has 5 minutes left. Let's see if we can get one more round in with her, but then you'll have the chance to take over Taterbug and Steph. All right, here we go. One more round. So let's make the last round with Allie Towell a double bonus round, ladies and gentlemen. It's a double bonus round, and it can't be about Gothic novels. I'm sorry, Allie Towell. I can't offer double bonus points about a subject that you are the expert in. Maybe one day you can come up on the screen, and we'll do like some kind of panel format where people can play against you. But for now, we're going to do double bonus round before Allie leaves, so Allie gets some chances to get double bonus points. If I get a question wrong in this round, ladies and gentlemen, you can get up to 4 points. As I said, up to 4 points, little towels. All right, I'm about to put it on the screen now. Let me see what category we're going to do. Got to be quick, got to think. All right, we are going to do the Pentagon Papers, ladies and gentlemen. The Pentagon Papers is the double bonus category. This was the 1971 release of documents by Daniel Ellsberg. Ladies and gentlemen, the category is the Pentagon Papers. Here we go. Little Towels, double bonus points up at stake. Here we go. What event led to the exposure of secret U.S. government documents in 1971? The Pentagon Papers scandal, the Watergate scandal, the Iran-Contra affair, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. Well, if you were paying attention, you know the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is quite obviously Daniel Ellsberg, who worked for McNamara during the Pentagon Papers scandal. Oh, yes, little towels. Towel picks up a point. Who picked Pentagon Papers? Steph got it right, ladies and gentlemen. Steph picks up the full point. Paula Towell grabs half a point. Who else grabs half a point? Nancy and Silver Fox both grab half a point. Nancy Towell grabs half a point. Who else grabs half a point? Taterbug. Taterbug is still out front by a full point, 19 to 18. Taterbug grabs half a point. Claudia Montano grabs half a point. Oh, the Watergate from earlier tripped everybody up. Here we go. Next question, little towels. Get ready. Which newspaper published the classified documents regarding U.S. involvement in Vietnam? The Chicago Tribune, the Boston Globe, the New York Times, the Washington Post. Oh, this is a deviously malicious trick question, ladies and gentlemen, because it's technically the Times and the Post, but I think the Times went to print first. Yes, they did. It is number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The Times went to print first. Who got it? Paula Towell picks up a full point, ladies and gentlemen. Paula Towell picks up a full point. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Silver Fox picks up half a point. Ange Towel picks up half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. How's that plane ride down to Guatemala? Elizabeth picks up half a point. Elizabeth knew her history. Jeff and Taterbug. Taterbug has a half-point lead now over Towel, 19.5 to 19. Jeff picks up a half point. And Claudia Montano, the Super Towel, picks up half point. Now with a total of 5. Great job, folks. Who's ready for the next question? Who's ready? That was a good question. Here we go, Little Towels. Who was the former Rand Corporation employee responsible for the leak of the classified documents in 1971? Was it Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, Daniel Ellsberg, or Bradley Manning? Who was listening? Was Steph Towell listening during the intro? If Steph Towell's listening, Steph Towell's going to hit a home run, ladies and gentlemen, because I'll tell you right now, she's on a T1 line. The answer is Daniel Ellsberg. Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Ellsberg. Steph was listening. Oh, no, there's turbulence on the flight to Guatemala. And I will send some Dramamine and some wine. Steph picks up the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Steph on her T1 line. Ruth Lang knew Daniel Ellsberg. Ruth was listening, ladies and gentlemen, picks up half a point. Paula and Ange Towell both pick up half a point. Great job, Ange Towell. Great job, Paula. Where's Paula? And there's Paula. Ange Towell, even with the turbulence, picks up half a point. Great job, Ange Towell. Be careful on the way to Guatemala. Nancy and Dewdrops both pick up half a point. Great job. Dewdrops watching the doggos Kiki and Riri and picking up half a point. Nancy Towell, I believe, also picked up half a point. Yes, indeed, she did. And then Jeff and Taterbug. Taterbug is tied with Towell, 20 points apiece at the top of the board. Taterbug picks up half a point. Jeff picks up half a point. And Claudia Montano picks up half a point. Where are you, Claudia? I know you. There you are, Claudia. Great job. All right. Here we go, Little Towels. Next question. That was a good question. Next question. What legal principle was primarily challenged in the U.S. Supreme Court case, the New York Times v. U.S.? Sedition, prior restraint, defamation, copyright infringement. Well, New York Times v. Sullivan would be defamation. It's not sedition, although it kind of was. It's not copyright infringement. Ladies and gentlemen, it was prior restraint of the press, which is number 2. Who's going to pick up a point? Ladies and gentlemen, it was technically sedition, but it was prior restraint of the press. Very famous case, NYT v. U.S. Prior restraint of the press. Little Towels, got to read your 1972 U.S. Supreme Court decisions, Little Towels. Come on now. Jeff is the first one to pick up the full point. Great job. Ruth Lang reads their 1972 U.S. Supreme Court decision. So does Elizabeth. Great job, Elizabeth. There you go. Yep, Steph, you got to read your 1972 U.S. Supreme Court decisions. No goodness. Ange needs a cigarette on the plane to Guatemala. Ange is going to try to parachute out into the Falkland Islands. I know it. Taterbug, are you also invading Guatemala to get the commies? All right, good. All right, here we go. Next question, Little Towels. Which court order sought to prevent publication of the leaked papers in 1971? Habeas corpus, prior restraint, due process, double jeopardy. Prior restraint? It was a trick question, ladies and gentlemen. Towel had to guess. There you go. Dewdrops, was that you answering this one or the last one, Dewdrops? Dewdrops, Dewdrops nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. Dewdrops has got the fastest internet in the West. Dewdrops picks up a full point. Steph picks up half a point. Taterbug was too busy yelling about hating commies and thus has to wait to type in their answer, but I'm sure they will both hate commies and get half a point. Silver Fox picks up half a point. All right. I think we should recruit Taterbug to this anti-commie mission into Guatemala. Taterbug seems to really hate commies almost as much as Steph. All right. Ange Towel, also, along with Ruth, gets half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. You are the now flying the plane. Taterbug has somehow appeared on this plane as well. Nancy and Elizabeth both pick up half a point. If you hate commies, you can get on the plane as well, Nancy and Elizabeth. It's getting a little crowded, though. I'm not sure Ange Towel can continue flying this plane. We're going to lose fuel somewhere over the Andes. All right, Jeff Pesos picks up half a point. Great job, Jeff. All right, and then Taterbug picks up half a point. Taterbug hates commies and picks up half a point. There you go. I've never parachuted before. All right, Taterbug, do not let Ange parachute out over the Falkland Islands. She might try to tell you she wants to reclaim them for England. Tell her later. Dewdrops, that's a good guess, but habeas corpus is a court order, but it was prior restraint. I just gave you a point anyway, Dewdrops, so, because you technically guessed number 2, so. Dewdrops... Hold on, do I technically now? I now have to go reassign all these points because Dewdrops didn't actually get it right first. It was actually Steph. All right, hold on. We're doing so. I got to take a point away from Dewdrops, and then I have to give Steph an extra half a point, and then everybody else stays the same. Good job, Steph. You picked up a full point. All right. Yes, Paula, I think the people who go to jump school probably really like parachuting, but I can't confirm it. I don't like parachuting. I've never parachuted. What is the government? What type of governmental secrecy did the documents primarily reveal? Military operations, economic policies, domestic surveillance, or healthcare reforms? I mean, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, healthcare reforms were central to the work of the Pentagon at the time. We put all of our money into healthcare reforms. It was military operations. Towel picks up another point. Steph's T1 Internet picks her up another point. Oh no, Ange lost her oxygen mask. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Great job, Ruth. Elizabeth picks up half a point. Ange picks up half a point. Ange lost her oxygen mask somewhere over Belize and picked up half a point. Jeff picked up half a point. Jeff doesn't have to worry about turbulence. Taterbug picked up half a point. Taterbug's trying to go fight the commies. That was a line of BS. Listen, I may have been tricking you all. It is very possible the Pentagon does not work on healthcare policy, and I was making a joke about how if we spent all that money on healthcare policy, well, All right, who is ready for a score update? We got at least 10 to 15 more minutes before I got to get ready. I got things to do, little towels. All right, here we go. Score update. I got bad news for Taterbug. No, Taterbug, I have nipped at your Taterbug heels. Here we go. What do we got here? What do we got? Oh, this is ferocious competition. I think Taterbug's going to take me down in the next round, though. I can sense it in my soul, ladies and gentlemen. I'm having a towel premonition. Taterbug's an anti-commie fighting gorilla on the way to Guatemala. A soldier of fortune riding on the wings of a ladybug. That is Taterbug. All right, here we go. Have you ever thought about being a soldier of fortune, Taterbug? I mean, think about your regiment. It would be Ange and Steph and then Dewdrops and then Kiki and Riri. I don't think Kiki and Riri ever considered that they were going to be soldiers of fortune. All right, here we go, little towels. Here we go. Dewdrops was the last question, was the answer number 2. The answer was, I don't think the answer was number 2, Dewdrops. Sorry, you're a little bit behind on that one. But I value your effort, my dear friend. All right, here we go. The scores heading into the next round. Steph's like, any commies that come in our path, they're in trouble. Damn commies. And apparently got stuck on a mountain. This trip to Guatemala is worse than the Bay of Pigs. I'm not giving you air support. Somebody salvaged the mission, and all you were supposed to do was get links for you tomorrow, and you've turned this into an anti-communist hunting mission in Guatemala. All right, hold on. Here we go. The scores are: Towel is number 23. Towel is in first with 23 points. Towel is in first. Taterberg in second place, coming close with 21 points. In third position, even though she missed this round, Allie Towel, 16.5 points. In fourth place, Steph Towel, 15 points, always a threat. In fifth place, Ruth Towel, 14.5 points. In sixth place, right behind Ruth, who's also a Homeland Security investigator. Apparently, this is sardonic. Jeff with 14 points. Excellent job, Jeff, climbing up the leaderboards. Right behind Jeff in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In seventh place, Nancy Towel with 12 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. In eighth place, Jay Towel with 9 points. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, BGG Gruff with 8. In 11th place, the one, the only captain of the Guatemalan incursion mission, Ange Towel with 7.5. In 12th place, Jew Drops. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. In 11th place, Jew Drops with 7. All right, hold on, Ruth. We haven't proven that he's Fidel's son yet. All right, we're still looking into the files. In 13th place, Claudia Towel with 5.5 points. In 14th place, Elizabeth with 5 points. Excellent job, Elizabeth and Claudia Towel. In 15th place, jumping up the leaderboards, Silver Fox tied with Paula Towel, 3.5 points each. In 16th place, the position of honor, a three-way tie, Kerry Gold, Julia, and Kat Dawn, all with 1 point. That's what I'm saying, Taterbug. Once we prove it, that's different. But until then, we can't necessarily confirm that Justin Trudeau is a communist. I'm not weighing into Canadian politics. I'm just saying, until I see the documents showing that he is Fidel Castro's son, I can't confirm it. All right, I'm just saying. All right, impartial towel here. All right. Let us go to our next question. All right, so this is going to be a general round, ladies and gentlemen. A general round. This is our last round of the day. I got to get ready to wrap it up, folks. I got things to do. I'm a little towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Steph says that Trudeau is Fidel's son. All right, that's enough for me. He's a communist. He's a commie. He says, listen, if Taterbug and Steph both think that he's a commie and they're on the way to Guatemala to fight the commies, then he's clearly commie. They're like resident commie hunting experts. Can't have any commies if Steph and Taterbug and Ange are around. They hunt the commies. Steph, Ange, Taterbug, and Jewdrops, actually. Jewdrops is like, how did I get involved in this commie hunting mission? Well, Jewdrops, sometimes you just got to serve the wider world interest and hunt the damn commies. All right. Now, I don't mean actually hurt them. I just mean you got to find them. You can't have commies existing if they know we're onto them. Damn commies. Geography, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. In which North American city are you most likely to find poutine on the menu, including at McDonald's and Burger King? Oh my goodness, Steph, you were made for this. New Orleans, Mexico City, San Francisco, Montreal. Oh my goodness, Steph just fell out of her chair. She's going to get it wrong because she can't type fast enough. It's Montreal. Towel picks up a full point. Steph was the first one to get it right. She literally almost fell out of her chair. She couldn't control herself. The question was made for her. Canada, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. I don't know all the words. I'm very sorry. I don't mean to offend the Canadians. Ange also picks up half a point. See, Ange is part Canadian, clearly. Ange loves Canada. Ruth also is clearly a big fan of Canada. Good job, Ruth. Elizabeth Lander, you also like Canada. Steph and Ruth will be very pleased. I see that Jeff Pesos also likes Canada. Good job, Jeff. Taterbug is not a communist, but Taterbug loves Canada. Good job. No, hold on. Let me double confirm for you. Hold on. Montreal was, I have it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, little towels. Hold on, I have it on the replay. Where is it now? Where's the last question? Hold on. The Montreal question. Hold on. The answer was, it was number 4. Oh, no. Hold on. It was number 4. But I picked number 4. So I was saying it was number 3, but anyone who picked number 4 got points, okay? Anyone who picked number 4 got points, and the first person I had getting it was Steph. Paula, unfortunately, number 3 was not right. Montreal was choice 4. I was saying it was number 3 because I have a bad memory, but everyone who picked choice 4 got the answer right, and it was Montreal. I'm very sorry about that. All right, here we go. Next question. Here we go. No, Montreal was 4. I went back and looked, Paula. I double-checked. Triple-checked. How many instruments accompany someone singing a cappella? 4, 0, 10, 2. Well, a cappella, ladies and gentlemen, means you have no instruments. It is number 2. Choice 2, ladies and gentlemen, is 0. Choice 2. Who got it? Steph. Not a problem, Paula. Steph was the first one to get this one. Jeff picks up half a point. Great job, Jeff. Steph's climbing up the leaderboard. Steph's in 3rd place now. Paula Towel picks up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Paula Towel? There's Paula Towel. Ange picks up half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. Ange Towel picks up half a point. Silver Fox picks up half a point. Elizabeth and Ruth both pick up half a point. Nancy and Tatabug both pick up half a point. And there you go. Great job. All right, here we go. Going to the next question, trying to get you as many points as I can. All right, here we go. Round and round it goes. Where do we stop? Science and nature. Science and nature, ladies and gentlemen. Last questions of the day. What Kellogg cereal was advertised in 1934 by 3 elves with a flag reading, "Shorter hours for mothers"? Lucky Charms, Special K, Cheerios, Rice Krispies. I don't think Lucky Charms existed then, so it's Rice Krispies. Yep. Number 4, ladies and gentlemen, it is number 4, Rice Krispies. You got to know that Rice Krispies have the little poppin' elves. Number 4, big number 4, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer. Big number 4. Nobody got it. Jeff Pesos. Jeff picks up the full point. Elizabeth picks up half a point. Elizabeth knew her Rice Krispies, as did Jeff. That was a tough one. Nancy knew her Rice Krispies, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy knew her Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, and pop, indeed. Indeed, Paula. Yes, snap, crackle, and pop. Here we go. There's an ad starting, so you're going to get a little bit of a break. I knew that, dagnabbit. And good, you, my dear friend, trust your gut. Trust your gut. All right, here we go. Next round starts in just 10 to 20 seconds. Here we go. The wheel's spinning. Geography. Geography is the category. Get ready, little towels. It's a wedge round. What location on the Danish island of Seegeland is the setting of Shakespeare's Hamlet? Longland, Samso, Laeso, Helsingor. I want to say it's Langland or Lyso. I'm going to go with Lyso. It's Helsingor. It's number 4. Who knows their Shakespeare? Tatabug. Tatabug knows her Shakespeare. Tatabug picks up a full 2 points. Tatabug loves Hamlet. Tatabug is a Hamlet expert. Good job, Tatabug. Everyone look at Tatabug and say, you know your Shakespeare, Tatabug. Tatabug picks up a full 2 points. Jeff picks up a full point. Tatabug, Jeff, and Ruth. Ruth also picks up a full point. You all are Shakespearean experts. Nancy knows her Shakespeare, ladies and gentlemen, picks up a full point. Yes, Tatabug, the Hamlet expert. Wait, hold on, Tatabug. Were you answering forward to the last one? Are you delayed? Oh, Tatabug might be delayed. Hold on. Tatabug, are you delayed? Hold on. Taterbug might be delayed, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Taterbug might be delayed. I see. Yep, you might be right, Jeff. That's okay. So I have to go through and I have to adjust the points. What that means is that the first person to get this one right, if that is correct, was, hold on, I got to wait for Taterbug's confirmation, because I think Taterbug tends to come in towards the end anyway. So if that is correct, then I got to adjust Taterbug down from 2 points to 1 point. That's all right. And then I have to adjust Jeff up from 17 to 18, and then everybody else stays the same. All right. Yep. Good job, folks. That's all right. That's all right. Everybody's scores got leveled out. Get ready for the next question. All right. That's not actually a question. We didn't have time for that one. Get ready for this one. Here we go. Here we go. Next question. Spinning around, and sports and leisure. Sports and leisure. Wedge round. How many consecutive Tours de France did Lance Armstrong win? 6. 7 is choice 1. 7. 6 is choice 2. 8 is choice 3. 5 is choice 4. I kind of remember it being 7 or 8. I'm going to go with 8. It was 7. I'm an idiot. All right, who got choice 1? It was 7. Who knows their Lance Armstrong? It was 7. It was choice 1. Who knew it was choice 1? 7 jackets, 7 yellow jackets. Paula picks up 2 full points. Ruth picks up a full point. We got some ferocious competition. Jeff picks up a full point. Jeff is now in third. Elizabeth picks up a full point. Nancy picks up a full point. We're actually going to do one more round after this because we missed a bunch of questions. Taterbug picks up a full point. All right, get ready for the next question, folks. And remember, this isn't the last round. We actually have time for one more. Who starred in the comic strip credited with the invention of the words goon and jeep? Calvin, Popeye, Snoopy, Brutus. I think it's Popeye. It's Popeye, ladies and gentlemen. Towel picks up a full point. If you got Popeye, which I believe was choice number 2, you got it right, ladies and gentlemen. If you got Popeye, Steph was the first one to get it, ladies and gentlemen. Steph picks up a full point. Silver Fox knew their Popeye, picks up half a point. Jeff Pesos picks up half a point. Ange and Ruth both pick up half a point. Ange Towel knew her Popeye, as did Ruth. Elizabeth. Dewdrops and Nancy both pick up half a point. There we go. And Taterbug picks up half point. All right. That was a tough one. Popeye the Sailor Man. Good job, Ruth. Spinach is hearty food. Which U.S. president had bowling lanes installed in the White House? 1. Abraham Lincoln. 2. Richard Nixon. Harry Truman. Teddy Roosevelt. Nixon. It was Truman, ladies and gentlemen. Who got number 3? Harry Truman. Harry Truman, choice 3. He had bowling lanes installed. Steph knew it. Steph knows everything, ladies and gentlemen. Steph knew it was Harry Truman. Silver Fox, I will add your point from Armstrong. Sorry if I missed it. Steph was the first one to get Harry Truman. Silver Fox also got Harry Truman, gets another point. Steph got 2 points for getting Harry Truman. Ange picks up a full point for getting Harry Truman. Elizabeth Lander and Ruth both pick up a full point for getting Harry Truman. And Dewdrops and Taterbug both pick up a full point for getting Harry Truman. That was a tough one. Harry Truman was the president after Roosevelt at the very end of World War II. He dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He was before Eisenhower. Steph is just a super towel. All right, going into we're doing one more round, folks. We're doing one more round because, 1, I don't want to win by default. And 2, it is close. You're all within striking distance of Little Towel. It is very close. One of our closest days of all time. I mean, I am up against some ferocious competition, ladies and gentlemen. Literally, you should hear this leaderboard. We've had a lot of competition. Dewdrops and Elizabeth battling it out. Silver Fox driving up the leaderboard unlike anyone I've ever seen. Just a super towel. And Paula, ladies and gentlemen, Paula driving up the leaderboard. All right, here's what we got. In first place, heading into our final round, Towel, 27 points. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, heading into our final round. Hold on, was Dewdrops answering that? I think Dewdrops is a little behind, and the answer from the last one was indeed, hold on, let me just make sure. Truman was number 2, Dewdrops. Hold on. Hold on, I just want to make sure. I think it was Dewdrops, but let me just make sure. Dewdrops, you might have to double check for me. Dewdrops, did you pick Truman on that last one? Let me just double check. Hold on. I think Dewdrops picked Truman, but I just want to be sure. Hold on. It was, nope. Dewdrops, it was not number 2, it was number 3. Truman was number 3. All right, so heading into the final round, Towel is first with 27. Taterbug in second with 25.5 in striking position. Jeff in third with 19.5. But listen to this, folks. In fourth with a tie, Steph and Ruth Towel both with 19, right behind Jeff. In fifth, Allie Towel, 16.5. In sixth, Nancy Towel in striking distance, 15.5. In seventh, Ange Towel with a beautiful score of 10. In eighth, Jay Towel with 9. In ninth, in ninth, Dewdrops and Elizabeth tied with 8.5 each. In 10th, rounding out the top 10, BGG Gruff. In 11th, Silver Fox with 6.5, right outside the top 10. In 12th, Paula with 6th. In 13th, Claudia with 5.5, and tied for 14th with 1 point apiece, Carrie Gold, Julia, and Kath Dunn. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our final round of the day in Towel Trivia, but we'll be back tomorrow. We got more Adelson catch-up to do. I got to review that Federal letter, but Towel has things to do this evening. I got to go be a little towel, you know what I'm saying? Got to be a little towel. So, let's begin. Last round of the day. Here we go. Spinny, spin, spin. Science and nature, ladies and gentlemen. Science and nature. Wedge round. What 10-cent cola promised 2 large glasses in each bottle in 1934? Moxie, Pepsi Cola, RC Cola, Coca-Cola. I don't know. Coca-Cola? It was Pepsi Cola, number 2. Who knows their history of Pepsi Cola? Who knows their... You are a towel. You are a towel, Taterbug. Silver Fox knows their history of Pepsi Cola and grabs double points. Silver Fox picks up 2 points. You're the super towel, Dewdrops. Who else knows their history of Pepsi Cola? Kath, Jeff, and Ruth all pick up a full point. Great job, Kath and Ruth and Jeff. Kath, Ruth, and Jeff all pick up a full point. Who else knows their history of Pepsi Cola? Taterbug and Elizabeth both know their history of Pepsi Cola, picking up a point each. And who knows? Nope, there we go. Pepsi Cola. Lip smacking Pepsi Cola. Here we go. Next question. What does Pacific mean? Peaceful, drunk, pleading, blue. Peaceful? It is indeed the peaceful Pacific, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get number 1? Nice count on. Nice coffee for the win. Who's going to get number 1? It's the peaceful Pacific. The peaceful Pacific, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew the Pacific was so peaceful? Ruth Lang picks up the full point. Jeff picks up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Kath, Dawn, and Elizabeth pick up half a point. Ange and Taterbug pick up half a point. Where are you, Ange? Towel. Ange picks up half a point. And Jew drops and Nancy both pick up half a point. Excellent job, Little Towels. Excellent job. All right, next. Here we go. Next round. Oh, nope. Sorry, we're not going to have time for that one. It was about Rome, too, but we don't have time. All right, don't look at that one. Next one. Here we go. Last round of the day. Get your points in. Here we go. How many questions left? I don't know. It's in literature. There's a light rat in literature. What comic strip artist once admitted happiness is not very funny? Jim Davis, Charles Schultz, Gray Larson, Bill Watterson. I have to say, I think this sounds like something the Peanuts would ruminate on. Charles Schultz. It was indeed number 2, Charles Schultz, ladies and gentlemen. Who grabbed number 2? Steph picks up the full point. Steph on her T1 line. Nailed it. Silver Fox knew it, ladies and gentlemen. Silver Fox picks up half a point. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Elizabeth picks up half a point. Who else knew it was Charles Schultz? Jeff picks up half a point. Oh, yeah, gotta love Snoopy, ladies and gentlemen. Got to love Snoopy. Who else knew it was Charles Schultz, ladies and gentlemen? Who else is going to come in and grab the right answer, which was number 2, ladies and gentlemen? Number 2. Snoopy was quite melancholy. He was crestfallen like he dropped his toothpaste, Ruth. All right, next question, Little Towels. What up-and-coming author died in a plane crash on the book tour for her first novel, Wonder When You'll Miss Me? Amanda Davis, Lori Moore, Flannery O'Connor, Susan Minoir. Sounds like Amanda Davis. I got it right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here is my towel. It was number 1, ladies and gentlemen. It was number 1. Who's going to get it? I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. I like my literature. Jeff grabs the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff's the only one so far. Elizabeth grabs half point. Hard to get points when Towel gets it right, though. Taterbug and Jew Drops both grab half point. Great job, Taterbugs and Jew Drops. Yes, rest in peace indeed. Nancy Towel grabs half point. American or British? American or British? All right, next question, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. That was a tough round. All right, next question. Here we go. Only a few questions left in Towel Trivia. Geography. Here we go. Wedge round. What planet was discovered on February 18th, 1930 by Clyde Tombaugh? Pluto, Uranus, Mars, Venus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's a planet anymore, but it was a planet back then. Pluto. Pluto is the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Pluto, it's a trick question. Pluto's not a planet. It's a dwarf right now, ladies and gentlemen. But the answer is Pluto. Number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff wasn't thrown off by the trick question. Jeff grabs the full point. Ruth grabs half point. Ange Towel grabs half point. Elizabeth grabs half point. Taterbug grabs half point. Poor Pluto. It's just a dwarf now. Oh, they're all planets in Steph's eyes. Steph, you are a compassionate towel. Next question. Nancy grabs half a point. Next question. Here we go. What country was paper money first used in? England, Ethiopia, Greece, China. China. It was China, ladies and gentlemen. It was China. Towel just kicking butt and taking names. Towel kicking butt, taking names. That's what Towel does. He just gets up there, he kicks butt, takes names. Oh, Steph is a genius. Steph knew it was China, ladies and gentlemen. Steph knew the paper money was invented in China. The English want to claim it, but Kath and Steph knew it was China, as did Towel, ladies and gentlemen. as did Towel. All right. So Steph got it, as did Kath, as did Jeff Pesos, grabbing half a point, as did Elizabeth and Taterbug, both grabbing half a point. Great job, folks, heading into the home stretch here. Home stretch indeed. Yep, that made sense to me indeed, Ruth. Oh, I'm so sorry, folks. We don't have the ability to answer that one. Get ready for, we only had 5 seconds, so we couldn't read it all. Get ready for the next question. Here we go. Science and nature, only a few questions left. Maybe 1 or 2 if we're lucky. What automobile safety feature were the bright idea of French inventor Louis Belleroux? Seat belts, rear view mirrors, headlights, brake lights. Well, the seat belts were invented in the U.S., so I'm going to go with headlights. It's headlights, ladies and gentlemen. It is number 3. Can't pick up points when Towel just nails it. Question after question after question after question. Who's going to pick up number 3 and get the full point, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, Steph, good guess, my dear friend. Jeff Pesos picks up the full point. Elizabeth Lander gets half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Elizabeth. And Taterbug get half a point. Great job, and Towel and Taterbug Towel. Yes, that was a good pickup, Jeff. I just guessed based on the order of the things were invented. Nancy Towel picks up half a point. All right, we're going to see an ad, and then we might get our last round, folks. Last round of the day, last question of the day for Towel Trivia. Get ready. Jeff, great job picking it up on the context clues. I picked it up because seatbelts were in America, and I figured headlights came first. So, all right, 1 or 2 questions left if we're lucky. Maybe. Depends on how quick we get through this one. Here we go. History, ladies and gentlemen. History could be our last question. How many dozen Mouseketeers were chosen from the 3,000 applicants for the first season of the Mickey Mouse Club? 24, 80, 6, or 12? Oh, goodness, it was Justin and Brittany. Oh, I think it was 12. Might have been 6. Oh, it was 24. Who's going to get the double points? Number 1 was the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew there were 24 Mouseketeers? It was choice 1, ladies and gentlemen. Choice 1, there were 20. Dewdrops nailed it. Picks up 2 full points, ladies and gentlemen. Dewdrops was the first one to get it. Dewdrops, ladies and gentlemen. That was the last question of the day. Taterbug picks up a full point. Dewdrops coming in. Take your bow. Dewdrops and Nancy. Nope, sorry, Nancy. The answer was number 1. Oh, yes. That was absolutely. Annette Fungacello was one. And there you go, folks. That brings us to the end of Towel Trivia. I'm totaling up your points right now. Oh, I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I see Ruth Towel made some progress. Jeff Towel made some progress. Oh, the final rankings are materializing before my very eyes, ladies and gentlemen. And I must say, you all did very well. You all did excellent. Nancy Towel made an absolute run, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you right now, Nancy Towel made an absolute run at the end there. And I think Allie Towel held out well. Ange Towel really climbed. I think this was one of Ange Towel's highest showings so far, folks. And I got to say, Jay Towel did very well. Excellent job, Jay Towel. Oh, Dewdrops definitely with one of her best showings so far. Tied with Ange Towel, but I'm not going to reveal which number. Oh, goodness. Elizabeth Towel jumped up both and bumped Dewdrops and Ange Towel down 1 rank, but I'm not going to reveal anything yet. I'm holding it close to my vest, ladies and gentlemen. My towel vest. Silver Fox jumped up. Oh, Silver Fox, you tied in a way that got you right where you want to be, in my opinion. Excellent job, excellent game by Silver Fox, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I see Paula Towel on this list here. Paula Towel climbed up. I see Claudia Towel did well. Kath Dawn climbing up from the position of honor. Kath Dawn finished well. And Carrie Gold and Julia Towel both performed excellent, ladies and gentlemen. We learned a lot, but are you ready to see the final rankings of the day? Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and here are the final rankings for the day. Here we go. I'm about to bring them up on your screen. You can see them in real time. Towel trivia rankings coming up for you right now. Oh, goodness. All right. Okay. It's trying to be helpful, but it's being the opposite of helpful. All right. Here we go. Let me just move this down here. All right. Come on now. Come on now. There we go. All righty. Ready for this, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to make it able to display on your screen, but it's been a long towel day. It has been a long towel day. What I mean by that is not for me. I have more things to do. But Towel Computer, you got to give him a little time after he's been streaming for whatever it is, 4 hours now. Relatively short day for us, though. All right. Here we go, little towels. Drum roll is almost ready. Yes, we should be ready for our drum roll soon enough. It was a ferocious competition. It was a well-fought battle. It was a well-deserved positioning for all involved. But your final scores, ladies and gentlemen, for today's towel trivia are as such. Number 1, in first place, Little Towel himself. He takes back his crown after a ferocious few days with Allie Towel and Steph Towel on top. Steph Towel breaking the all-time towel single-day record. Towel regains his towel crown. You will all have to take it from me tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Fought it to the very end, keeping Towel on his guard. Towel had to go perfect, basically, at the end there. Towel was nailing the questions, and it's Taterbug with 30 points in second place today. Congratulations, Super Towel Taterbug. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, and good job. Good job, Towels Zeitgeist, says Kath. Good job, Super Towels. In third place, rounding out the podium, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most ferocious competitors we know. If you let Jeff play too long on a given day, Jeff will just jump right up that scoreboard. Jeff comes in, ladies and gentlemen, in third place with 25 points. Congratulations, Jeff. And Taterbug rounding out the podium. We shall all hold hands and take our towel bows. In fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, almost cracking the top 3 today, right outside the podium position, Ruth Towel with 22 points. Excellent job, Ruth. In fifth position, a strong showing today, but some of the questions were really, 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 really hard. The one, the only, Steph Towel, 21 points, just up on Ruth's heels, but Steph Towel in fifth position with 21 points. In sixth position, a very, very, very quick rise up the leaderboard towards the end there. Nancy Towel, getting a bunch of questions right, 17.5 points. Excellent job. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. In seventh place, she's out with Rue probably right now, but she did great today. Allie Towel, 16.5. Excellent job, Allie Towel and Rue Towel. In eighth position, came in late in the game, still managed to crack the top 10 easily. Elizabeth Towel, 12.5 points. Congratulations, Elizabeth Towel. Very well fought game, my dear friend. In ninth position, we have a tie. They're on their way to Guatemala together with Taterbug and Dewdrops. They're on the way to Guatemala with Taterbug and Steph, along with Kiki and Riri. They are tied for ninth. There was a little turbulence on the way. Ange lost her oxygen mask. Steph found it. I think Ange ended up in a mountain somewhere. They're going to Guatemala. It's Ange and Dewdrops, the Super Towelettes. We'll call them the Rockette Towelettes. 11.5 points each, tied together, position 9. Excellent job, Ange and Super Towel Dewdrops. Have fun with Steph. And also with Taterbug in Guatemala, hunting the damn commies. Make sure Kiki and Riri have plenty of food and water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in 10th place, tie. It is a tie. Silver Fox came in even later than Elizabeth, charged right up and earned a top 10 finish today on the poll. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay and Silver Fox, both with 9 points in 10th position. Congratulations, Jay and Silver Fox. Well-deserved in the top 10. Number 11, BGG Gruff, the one and only, and Super Towel Doggo, BGG Gruff, with 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. In 12th place, Paula, all alone, almost climbing into the top 10 with 6 points. Excellent job, Paula. In 13th position, fought hard all day, was nailing questions left and right. That was Claudia, ladies and gentlemen, with 5.5 points. In 14th position, the one, the only, Kath Dawn. She's at McDonald's. She got her second iced coffee, and she came in with 3 points today. Excellent job, my dear friend Kath. And tied for the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, in 15th with 1 point apiece, the wonderful Carrie Gold and Julia. Thank you, Kath Dawn. I'm definitely going to stand up and fight for what I believe is right as to the road colors. And Ann says she has the food and she's stuck on the side of a mountain. Taterbug and Taterbug, Dewdrops, and Steph are going to parachute out and save you. Also, we're going to use skyhook technology, Ange. So you just hold up the little skyhook. They're going to fly by. It's a little rough. They're going to fly by in a plane and just pick you up from the ground, okay? Hold on. If you have the doggos with you, make sure they're in their super towel doggo vests. You're going to go very fast. The skyhook kind of, they got to come by at like 100 miles an hour, so you're going to go from like 0 to 100 when you get hooked out of the sky, so just hold on tight. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, Towel's got things to do, but we're still going to do our closing. This is a public information service provided to you by me. My name is Towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much. We're going to continue with our Donna Adelson case catch-up tomorrow. We're going to talk a little bit about this Betero letter about Kate Peta tomorrow. I'm sure Steph is excited for that because I'm going to go on a Towel soliloquy. We're going to do more Towel trivia. Then we're going to do a review of the Karen Reed civil case filings if they ever get posted. That'll be tomorrow sometime after 9, 10 in the morning. All right, we'll do an early stream tomorrow. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service that I like to think is designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook here in order to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. If you benefited today, if you learned something, there's a number of ways you can support this channel. You can like the stream, you can subscribe, let your friends and family know, invite them to play trivia. We have a good time. It's not really about numbers or ratings. It's about information and learning. If it goes somewhere, great. Some days we get hundreds of people. Some days there's like 50 of us. One time we tried to play trivia when there was 400 people. That was a little too much. We're at a sweet spot, and we're having a lot of fun. All right. Second, I want to go through the chat and say hello. So, Dewdrops, you are a super towel. Steph, you are also a super towel. Who's flying the plane? And it's oh no. I didn't think about that. We're gonna Kiki and Riri are gonna fly the plane. Steph Towel, so I'm going to say hi to you all now. Steph Towel, God bless you, friend. Dewdrops, God bless you. Kat Don, it was great to see you. Claudia Montano. Taterbug, I love how Claudia is still guessing. Taterbug, Elizabeth Lander. Rock and roll trivia questions. Great job. Great insight. Rock and roll questions for Elizabeth. You got it, Elizabeth. I made a note in my towel chart. I'll remember that next time. Taterbug says, be kind, be grateful, be blessed. I agree. Ange Towel, is great to see you, my dear friend. Oh, goodness. Look at all the towel friends in the chat. It was great. Nancy from the 508. I'm so glad you were playing with us, my dear friend. It was also great to see Kat Dawn and Jeff Towel, as always. You are super towels, and Dewdrops is a super towelette. And Ange Towel again. Hello, and Ruth. It was great to see you, Ruth. Silver Fox, thank you for playing with us, my dear friend. I enjoyed that very much. There was just a flurry of activity. I forgot we were also Elizabeth Lander. It was great to see you. I forgot we were planning a metaphorical invasion of Guatemala. We're not actually doing that. Apparently, Ange got lost on the side of a mountain, and now no one's flying the plane because Steph and Dewdrops and Taterbug hunting the commies decided to just jump out of the plane to go save her. So, Dewdrops, you are a super towel in every sense of the word. Julia, you as well, my friend. I love that super towel emoji. Dewdrops, you don't understand. He was flying around like a little super towel. It was so much fun today. Bossy Texas chick for tomorrow. Vocal towels for tomorrow. Female vocal towel song. Oh, Bossy Texas chick. I'm excited. Hello, Bossy Texas chick. We listened to your song earlier, and tomorrow we'll listen to that new one as well. I'm excited. All right, third thing we like to do, and because I'm not rushing, I just have to go do things. I got towel things to do, for the greater civic good. So, if I want a metaphorical vacation. You got it, Kath. I'll send you 7 iced coffees, 42 towels, a hamster, and a metaphorical vacation. And then we'll just have Steph and Dewdrops and Taterbug and Steph, Dewdrops, Taterbug, and Ange, who's stuck on the side of a mountain. We'll have them come up and pick you up. You just got to hunt some commies, all right? Not actually hunt commies, just find them in Guatemala. No going to Cuba. All right. Yeah, I don't know if Kiki and Riri have their pilot's license yet. We'll talk to the MOD about it. They're actually undercover agent doggos. Don't tell anyone. All right, but if you learned something today, if you benefited from towel trivia, if you found friends here, if you like this stream, you know how you can really pay it forward, folks. Look for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love and compassion. Did you know you can do something as looking for a reason to donate to homeless veterans? There should not be a single homeless veteran, unless they want to be homeless and live in the woods, which they are entitled to do, but there should not be a single homeless veteran in the United States, or anywhere for that matter, but I'm an American towel, and I don't like damn communists. There should not be a single homeless veteran in the United States against their will until, if there is even one such veteran who does not have a home and it is against their will, we have failed as a society. So please consider donating to homeless veterans. Did you know that you can also donate to animal shelters run by veterans, or even just animal shelters in general? You can also donate to the Big Issue if you're in the UK. That is a great way, ladies and gentlemen, to help support homeless populations in the UK. But you can also do something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, or even saying hello to a friend, or reaching out to a family member you haven't talked to in a while. Maybe you could donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them denoted as honorary towels. But yes, I believe those small acts of service and unconditional love can ripple outwards, ladies and gentlemen, and shift the current realpolitik from one defined by preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to demonstrate unconditional love by virtue of small acts of service. I truly believe that's possible, and in turn it will bring about a new digital epoch defined by the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel, proclaiming this the epoch of unconditional love and compassion and small acts of service. It may seem impossible, but I believe it is possible because of folks like you all and the ethos that is just on display in one small microcosm in this wonderful community. With that said, Towel Friends on the X, it was great to be with you today. You know I'm going to spend a few minutes with the Towel Friends on the YouTube at the end of the day, because you on the X, on the Towel X, get a few minutes at the beginning of the day. So I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, sometime after 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern Time. If you want to join the chat, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Thank you very much for being with me today. God bless you. Be safe out there, and be well, more so than anything else. And I'll look forward to talking with you more tomorrow. I'm going to go talk to the Towel Friends on Towel YouTube now, though. All right. Towel Friends on the Towel X, you're still with us because I haven't clicked the button yet. But hello, Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Before we say goodbye to the Towel Friends on the Towel X, know that I'm coming over to talk to you. All right, there we go. Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Yes, bossy Texas chick, that is my favorite part of this community. Not just how friendly you all are towards Little Towel, but how much you care about each other, the connections that spiral outward, the friendships, how much you all care about each other. It means a lot to me. It's something I consider sort of a sacred duty, not just to foster, but to participate in. And I learn things when we play trivia. Steph and I watch movies sometimes, and then we chat about them. I have made friends. You all have made friends. You all are my friend. You're all special because you are you, and I hope that this little corner of the world here is something that's brought some meaning to your daily life. It really has brought meaning to my daily life. It gives me a reason to get up each day, and that is something that is truly invaluable. So God bless every single one of you. Super Towelettes, Dewdrops, Elizabeth, Bossy Texas Chick, Ange, Taterbug, Cat Dawn. Oh, goodness, you know I said all your names earlier. Steph, my dear friend, Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, goodness, who else was here? Ruth and Claudia, all of you. God bless so many of you. It means so much to me. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. I got to go do some towel things. Got to go get another coffee. Be well, Kiki and Riri. Hello. The TV man's talking to you again. Your Super Towelette mom is amazing. All of you are amazing. Be safe. Dewdrops and Steph and Taterbug and Ange on your flight to Guatemala and get those damn commies. All right. I love you all very much. We're going to see each other tomorrow, so it's not like we're going away for a few days. See you bright and early after 8 or 9 a.m. Reach out to me if you need me. Ange, I'll look forward to your DM that you're going to send me from the mountainous region of some probably Belize as you get skyhooked back to safety. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Yep. I appreciate you, Bossy Texas Chicken. You got it, my friend. You know, you got it exactly. All right, until tomorrow, friends. God bless. Be well. Be safe. Towel loves you so much. And I'll put the link up for tomorrow's show in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I'll drop it in the chat, and we will see each other then. All right. God bless, friends. Towel loves you.